Well, sorry guys if I woke up kind of late because I was kind of tired, so I woke up at 10 a.m. instead of like, you know, 7 a.m. But I really was tired and I tried to recover. But yeah, for the next days I'm gonna wake up much more earlier, I would say. But yeah, we've still got a few hours of stream though. I'm not gonna stop till it's 10 p.m. and we're gonna work. So we're not just gonna, sleep and, you know, waste around our time. Anyways, I'm back. So I'm back to streaming, and I would say that we're gonna start by reading the book. So yeah, just gonna make my camera a bit smaller.
Yo,
View your channel. Okay. I'm gonna make maybe a new video about hypergamy, but not today. Perhaps like at 8 p.m. Because I'm gonna end the stream much earlier. Okay, just saying. But we're gonna be productive for the day. I would consider that maybe it's the moment to, actually put some work. So live stream. Okay. Day three. So we've done day one. So yeah, we're gonna start by reading the book. So we're gonna open this book, 48 Laws of Power. We're gonna continue reading. Wait. Never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. Okay, okay. That is where the okay. Conceal your intentions. Interesting. I don't know if someone is watching the stream, but I don't mind. I would say that, you know, it's not really a problem. But yeah, I lost like 2 subscribers in just like one night, which kind of sucks, I would say. Like, I gained like 31 subscribers yesterday, but I've lost like literally two. And 2 subscribers with such a small number of subscribers kind of sucks, I would say. But with enough time, we'll be able to gain more. Okay, so now I told pretty much everyone on TikTok, whatever, that the stream continues, which is good, I'd say. So yeah, now we don't need to worry about viewers. Some viewers might come join. Um, what is this book? What is the name of the book? Write it in the chat and I wanna check again. Uh, sure. All right, welcome back. Need to eat something. All right, I think we read enough for today. So we're just gonna close the book, I guess. What, 54 pages, which is a lot. So here are a few things what we're gonna do. First of all, okay, so we're gonna react to a video. I really wanted to present it and discuss about it because why not? It could be really interesting. Though I don't see any viewers in the stream. That's the thing, though. Exactly, like there are practically no
As a thing
viewers.
though.
Exactly, like there are practically no
As a thing
viewers.
though.
Like I don't see anyone watching the stream right now. So maybe I'm gonna like warn people more, I guess. Hmm. Perhaps there's nobody watching. I mean, it's all right. It doesn't bother me really, because anyways, like it's the third day, and so I woke up less early than usual. On Instagram, is that the case though? I think he's busy. Oh, yeah.
Le mot de livre.
All right. Well, that seems everything is good. We can continue the stream, I think. So one of the things that we have to do right now is probably uh, yeah, react to the video. Uh, wait, I'm gonna ask my friend to join because I think he's gonna be interested. He's probably sleeping or whatever. Whatever. What we're gonna do is like watch the video. So this is like the video on solving hypergamy, and this is like one of my favorite videos of the time. Like, not gonna lie.
Make that H look nicer, actually.
If you watched my video on hypergamy, then some of you guys already know the diagnosis. Social media has skyrocketed hypergamy. Okay, cool, great. but no one talks about the potential solutions. So today, we are going to fix hypergamy. If I were to be elected president, for whatever reason, there are policies that I would be implementing on day one to solve the hypergamy crisis. Some of these could actually work, genuinely, but some of these could be considered crimes against humanity. Some of these were suggested by none other than you guys when I asked you in my previous video. I won't be telling you which is which for my own sake. Now, to simplify it, I'm gonna draw out the current market. Being 6 guys and 6 girls, we typically see this sort of graph. It's gonna mimic the typical graphs we see on hypergamy, where there's a bunch of connections going to the top. Nice pink, beautiful skirts for the girls. Very nice. The one on the very bottom is the fattest. It's funny how the last one's like the fattest one, because it like matches the graph, but I didn't even mean to do that. It's just hard.
Bro, that's crazy, but alright.
To stretch my hand down here, so like she came out fatter than the rest.
Why did you make the last one the fattest one?
Because she's the ugliest one. Yeah,
Nah,
that looks pretty
bro.
cool. It's like circles and triangles. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm no Picasso, but anyways, let's draw the connections now. We got this bimbo wanting this guy. This
And also, don't take everything literally. I mean, he's a comedian most of the time, so yeah, whatever he says, don't pay attention to it. He says some pretty offensive stuff. He even like mocks men once in a while, so you know, women, don't be triggered, alright?
bimbo wanting this guy. This bimbo wanting this guy. This bimbo wanting this guy. And this guy. But then this one's insecure, so she's not gonna go for the top, she's gonna go for the second guy. The fucking torta realizes that the guy at the very top is out of her league, so she goes for the second best guy. You know what I mean? So he doesn't cheat on her perpetually. Okay, so this is the state of the economy. This is exactly what we're gonna be fixing today. Every policy gets drawn back on this board so you can see the redistribution happening in real time. Let's get into it. All right, let's see how I can draw this. What other colors am I missing? Is that the rainbow? I'm a little sick. Anyways, enough hints. This is the JBG theory, okay, which stands for the just be gay theory. Now hold on a second, my Muslim brothers. Don't click off this video. This is a hard one, which is why we're getting it out of the way first, okay? This is spammed under every single video, and it's not for no reason.
No.
But we're not doing the half measure version that everyone's accustomed to. We are doing the full implementation. I'll show you right now how that's gonna look like. So let's erase these lines real quick. These lines are completely gone. It's not for no reason. It's because, if I can find the color, because we're gonna be so busy with each other, these lines have to go, all right? And I don't mean with like just the top people, no, everyone. So Chad gets with LTN, LTN gets with MTN, and so forth. Just beautiful implementation. Because it's not just some men getting action, it's all men. Every single one turns fucking gay. It's gonna be bros holes before hoes. And that's why nothing's gonna be left there for the girls. Just think about it. You can't be hypergamous towards men who are busy dating each other, getting with each other. Now, realistically, what can we take from this? If you have a friend that's closeted, someone who's in the closet, or if you're closeted by yourself, just come out of the closet. I'd argue that hypergamy is far worse than the hate you're gonna receive for being openly gay. So just step out. Brother, anyone who's watching this video, step the fuck out. In the comments, come out. We're here to support you, not because we support gays directly, but we support anyone who can steer away from hypergamy and the evils of hypergamy. Anyways, let's move on. This next solution is gonna be fuck toy maxing. Let me draw it out. I'm gonna explain just a bit what I'm doing here. Someone's arresting Gideon. Or is it Hulu? I don't know at this point. So you're probably wondering what the fuck I just drew. This is the substitution theory at play. I'm teaching you guys a little bit of economics here. In econ, when a product's price inflates beyond what consumers can pay, the market substitutes. You see this happening with steak, it becomes chicken instead, Uber becoming the bus instead, woman becoming hardware. If the price of female attention keeps inflating because of these bastard tortas down here, at some point, the synthetic arrives. The solution is physical android girlfriends. You see, nobody's gonna compete with anybody else because the supply is being mass produced.
By the way, these are not suggestions by him, okay? It is purely comedy. Why? Because like the suggestions he had, what he did basically was create a story on Instagram and say, what are your solutions, And like one of the solutions like he used is like, from people's suggestions. So really, this has nothing to do with his content. His content is usually kind of funny, even though he can say some like pretty offensive stuff. I know, but still, it's kind of funny. It is funny. I know, but still, it's kind of funny.
You can't lose the dating game if your girlfriend can be recharged. Okay? Bro, I'm filming a YouTube video.
Okay,
I
my
hope my
friend
father
Caden
doesn't
doesn't believe that like
Yo, I hope my mother doesn't find out about this video.
one body equals whore. No, what if it's like it's a high school LTR relationship. It's one body. Hypergamy is bad. Don't trust girls.
This is the substitution theory. What do you think?
Oh, dude, AI. Literally.
That's what I'm saying, AI. So actually, there's a lot of AI apps right now that have people buying, like in the millions.
Low key, if things get that bad, I think we're gonna see more people using AI girlfriends or boyfriends than ever. Just saying, okay. You make like, okay, if it was, it is kind of unethical when you think about it, because you're using people's loneliness to gain, like, money. But think about, okay, you make this AI girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, and then what you're gonna do is publish it on, on the App Store, Play Store, on PC, like just make it everywhere, even on consoles. You make this super smart AI partner or whatever that, listens to you. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into details. You know what happens with AI partners most of the time, what people do with these. But I'll just say this is kind of funny when you think about it, because like most people, since like most people nowadays, like if they can't like find a partner or whatever, like yeah, this could probably be a substitution. Though we would end up in a pretty dystopian type of society. Like we become kind of dystopian, kind of like cyberpunk, Cyberpunk 2077 for those who know the game. But yeah, it would be kind of dystopian, because like imagine you're walking the street, okay, like you see this guy like holding a girl, and you're like, hey, he's probably with his girlfriend. But no, actually it's not his girlfriend, it's just a robot, okay, that pretends to be his girlfriend and stuff like that. So this is kind of crazy, and this would be greatly dystopian, this would be greatly dystopian. But here we are, like we're like in the pre-dystopian era, like we're transitioning. So in maybe like 10, 20 years, 30 years max, we're gonna see people normalizing having AI girlfriends and stuff like that.
Japan actually has their own.
Japanese.
The Japanese, they've been doing this for the last 15 years.
Caden, you got it.
Don't you think it's time Elon Musk launches like a robot pussy for like all of us?
I don't know at this point, like I watched the video the previous time, but I didn't think he said such stuff on my video. So maybe I'm gonna edit that part, maybe I'm gonna edit that part, or just hope that nobody finds out about this video, because
I think I can solve hypergamy, yeah.
But the only problem, Cookie, the only problem is civilization will end in one generation. It'll solve hypergamy the way a house fire would solve a spider problem.
Literally.
Bye, bro. I love you. Bye. Anyways, that was Cookie King. Good friend. Anyways, you guys get the point. Let's move on to the next theory. So this next one is going to be fairly simple. We're going to be increasing the female to male ratio, right? It's pretty simple. It's nothing crazy. You have to understand that standards are high because women are on the scarce side of the market, technically. So if we flip the ratio, there's really two ways to go about that. Option one is genetically engineering their gender at birth, selecting the future population's gender. Okay, being very selective with that. And we do that for the country, whichever country I take charge of, until it hits the ideal number. Come here. Anyways, let me continue my talk, you guys. Option B is a war. If you look at post-World War II Russia, half the males are gone. This guy's a male, he'd be gone. Every surviving man was in a massive market advantage. This is verified by history. So let's draw these out, Kylo. Kylo's gonna help me draw these. So as a result, we're still gonna have that, the girls are still gonna have standards, but because there are a lot more girls, the lines are just going everywhere because they have no choice. Some guys are getting 2, 3 wives. So we're going from a 1-to-1 ratio to more like a 3-to-1. So that's the ideal ratio right there.
3-to-1 ratio, like when you think about it, it is kind of crazy, because like, okay, hear me out, okay. The thing is, like, this is like promoting polygamy in a way, but like polygamous couples, like I don't know, I think they're like illegal in Canada or something, and probably in other countries as well. But if that becomes the norm, like that would be kind of crazy. Not because like I necessarily approve that norm or whatever, but because I would be like, bro, like for centuries people like were like demonizing polygamists, like uh polygamous couples or whatever, saying it's bad, it's unethical, or it's weird. But literally in every single Abrahamic religion, like there has been at least someone doing that. But at the end, I think it is mainly because like um you know times like have changed, and like hypergamous, like, no, I'm not talking about hypergamy. What the hell am I talking about? I'm talking shit. I forgot how to speak, but essentially, like, polygamous couples, like, it is like, very common in the Middle East, certain parts of Africa, like, even maybe certain parts of Asia, I think. But it's become quite rare, in like, in certain countries, like, like the United States or Canada. But one thing I could say is that, like, people practice a different version of polygamy, which is like having multiple girlfriends and cheating. So I don't know if that is considered polygamy. Some girls don't care about that, like in the West, for example. They really don't care. They're like, as long as you're rich, like, I don't care if you have like a second and a third girlfriend, because myself, I've got like two or three other boyfriends. And so, that is like, a very degenerate lifestyle, but that is one of the lifestyles that exist. Some people are against that, some are for that, some, are kind of neutral. They're like, as long as they're happy. But as long as they're happy cannot always be used as an argument. Just saying.
3 girls to 1 guy. This ratio, as you can see, is going to help alleviate hypergamy to a great degree. Now, this next one is going to be the final solution to the Chad question. I call this the Chad side, okay? Mind you, this is just a hypothetical. But if we release a bioweapon that targets maxillas over a certain amount of millimeters, now, of course, we can get more technical with it and hit certain biomarkers, but just kidding, of course. I wouldn't want anything happening to Devin, my dear boy. Of course, if we were to apply this, then all the girls would be going for the uglier guys. These are Hawaiian chips my brother got me. He's having me try them right now. Anyways, the next solution is bringing back the pay gap. I'm not gonna bother drawing this one because I'm busy eating. By making women economically dependent again.
Okay, I have an opinion about this. Like, when he said, like, make women economically dependent again, like, I have an opinion about this, and I'm like, okay. So in the past century, like, women have gained more independence than ever, like, especially, to get a job, to be able to purchase certain things. And I'm like, isn't the reason that, the reason why there weren't many divorces and, so many, like, problems in couples and stuff like that, isn't it because, like, women no longer depend on men? Like, think about it for a second. Like, for a century, like, you know we've seen like these dynamics, like, the dynamics change. Like, this century, the dynamics really change. Like, for example, when women get with a partner, with a man, for example, like, what happens most of the time is that, like, they stay with that partner for, for like reasons, like, I don't know, because she loves that guy or because she loves to spend time with that guy. But most of the time it really happens because, like, she just finds the guy interesting or whatever, spends time with him. And even if they decide to create a family, there's no longer this money gap, between the guy and the girl. They kind of get like the same salary and they work about the same times. Sometimes the woman works even more because, well, let's not forget that women most of the time, especially in the 21st century, like, they will take care of the family plus like, have a job. So that is like one of the things that, like, makes women divorce their guys, because, well, you know divorce rates have increased. And people say it's because, like, of social media, of influence, etc. But I think it is because, like, of the money gap. Because before, women didn't work, women didn't, like, study, didn't go to a job, and didn't search for an education. And they would end up with, either the best men in the world, so the one who would provide, give them a good lifestyle, take care of them, or the worst piece of shit ever, like the worst piece of shit of the market, the guy who, barely completed his education, works like, I don't know, um works in this random job or whatever. Like, yeah, he provides for sure, but being toxic, he beats her up, and she's like, I have a great husband even though I have black eyes every day. And so, that's not because, like, most of the time, okay, when, like, these old women, like, who are like in their 60s, 70s, previous generations, like, if you talk to them for a second at dinner or whatever, they're gonna be like, in our time, okay, in our time, I remember, the women, in our times were much more respectful to their men. We were more respectful to their men. We were much more respectful. We cooked, we took care of the kids, but essentially it's because the men had the upper power, like he had the power. So, um actually it's a good thing they got education, not because I say this to please people or be a people pleaser, but because, like, think about it for a second, alright. Like, imagine you have a sister, alright, and you want your sister to be, with someone who is educated, someone who has a certain level, someone who can offer a certain lifestyle. Like, you don't want her to end up with anybody, but at the end, she ends up with the local villager, the local village idiot, because, well, there's no other options. And remember, at that time, there was no internet, so she would probably end up with that village idiot who would probably beat her up because the chicken is too cold. So, just saying, bro, just saying. Education for women is actually good, but at the same time, it added, like, it created this sort of filter, so women have no more now have their money, they can earn their money by themselves. They no longer need, like, a man to necessarily, like, provide for them. So this created a filter. Like, this is why, like, many, mediocre men, or the one who the future, you know women beaters, like, they're no longer here, because these guys, these types of guys, okay, they're like, when these girls enter the relationship, like, they can really soon notice, like, these types of patterns. Sometimes they don't notice them because they're being manipulated, but, you know nowadays, like, women can leave much more easier than before. Because before, like, even if she told the police or whatever, the police was just a bunch of guys who also were probably wife beaters, and so they'd be like, yeah, but just try to make him happy, cook some food for him, try to laugh with him, spend some time with him. Maybe he's just having a bad time or whatever. That's the type of justification, like, that, caused, like, women's death. But overall, let's continue.
The provider role becomes non-negotiable. Pair it with a law that I would make against cheating, and boom, we've solved hypergamy. No, I'm just a commentator, I'm not a candidate. Okay, I'm technically a candidate in this video. Next policy. It would be state-enforced marriages, arranged marriages. We would simply outsource the entire selection process to the state, the country. Matched at an early age, plus mandatory school education on the family, the children, the motherhood, no hypergamy whatsoever. We could even actually connect this with an SMV system. This would be pretty cool, I'm seeing the vision here. We could even make like a dating app that's controlled by the government, and it's the only dating app allowed, where every user gets an objective rated face, height, and the whole SMV stack by the government. And the algorithm would be set to only show your looks match range. If you're an unemployed 5-foot mid-tier Becky, congratulations. Here is your 5'4" MTN. Kylo, please, I'm trying to record a video. So cute, he keeps bringing me this toy to play with him, like a dog. Like, he puts it in his mouth and he wants me to, like... a fun fact that'll make a lot of people mad, actually, is that arranged marriage cultures, whatever you want to call it, they have some of the lowest divorce rates on earth.
I mean, yeah, obviously the reason why, like, they're arranged marriages, it's because, how can I say this? Okay. Like, we look at these stats that he shows, all right, percent of marriages ending in divorce in 2025. He shows these European countries most likely having these, like, love marriages, like the voluntary marriages, all right, and this causes, like, a certain level of divorces. Like in Spain, for example, it's super high because it's super common. Russia, Ukraine, Italy, France, Luxembourg. But the like, the farthest we are from the Europe, the, like, farthest we are from Europe, and, like, the West, or America, the lowest the stats are of divorce. So yeah, we go to China, you see, like, it's far from America and Europe. Like, it's relatively, low compared to these countries. Japan, I don't know about Japan, because, like, there are really divorces in Japan, and, like, and there aren't as many couples as well. So, we can't really use this as an argument. But look, these countries, okay, like, these countries like South Africa, Mexico, Algeria, Iran, Vietnam. I mean, the reason why there is, like, these lower divorce rates, it's because, like, it's not really in the culture to promote divorce. Because, in the West, like,
divorce is like normalized, it's even encouraged if for whatever reason you feel like you're not comfortable in the couple or whatever. But like if you take for example countries in North Africa, in Middle East, like most of the time, like divorce is seen as like taboo, or something that is not some that is like last resort. Most of the time what they're gonna do is like the family are gonna talk to each other, they're gonna try to find solutions. There's like there's this culture of trying to solve problems, trying to solve things. But the truth is, this is just stats in 2026. Like if we go for example, uh North African divorce rates, for example, in 2026, yeah, which is like really moderate. So consensual divorces in Morocco, amicable settlements have become dominant, jumping from 63.1% in 2014 to 89.3% in 2024. So divorces have increased. Demographic. So divorce by rate. Okay. So like we can see like the countries that have increased or whatever, and like yeah. For example, here I'm gonna show you this example. Okay, I'm gonna show you this example. This is like numbers of 2023. All right, numbers of 2023. We have the data for 2023. Okay, but like if we check like for example, I don't know, 2022. If we check for 2022, like the numbers were much lower. Like if we go down, wait, show all. Maybe we need to show all the years like separately. So let's just go down, okay, real quick. Yeah, just talking about like divorce rates here, not necessarily politics or whatever. I think I lost the country, but whatever. We can take like any other country from North Africa. Like there's like Morocco we can use for example. Okay, we found Algeria again. So, all right. We can see like the number of divorces is relatively low in Algeria, and because like there's this culture again of helping, of trying to solve the problems, and most importantly, like the forces don't happen for no reason because you know the thing is in Algeria, okay, like there's this culture, okay, of trying to communicate with both parties. So they don't just listen to one party, they listen to both parties, try to solve the problem, communicate, etc. Like something that makes sense. But overall, one thing I could say to you is that like reality is that like it has increased over time because it is now more normalized. And I would say that like uh sometimes the fact that there's no divorce could bring more problems than when there is like divorce. So I think you kind of get that. Like this is just like an explanation. But yeah, like literally, if in any every single country. No, my hair's kind of cooked right now. Like the divorce rates, as I said, like um it really depends, okay, on like which country. Like it depends on which country, but I could say that Algeria it's one of the lowest easily because there's like this communication part. But in other countries in Europe, like they would divorce for the stupidest stuff. Like they would divorce, I don't know, for example, I could give you this real example, okay? Like they would divorce because they no longer have feelings for each other. This is like a very commonly used argument. They're like, sorry, I don't feel the same towards you anymore. Or she's gonna be like, I found someone else who interests me. I'm sorry, I gotta leave. This type of stuff is kind of normalized in Europe and in the West, but in like North African culture, if you take Morocco, you take I don't know, you take Egypt, you take Tunisia. Like all these countries, they don't have these kinds of reasons because we're kind of religious also. So it kind of is beneficial, I would say, and hypergamy is a bit lower I would say, a bit lower, but there is still hypergamy in every single country. But like hypergamy is a bit lower in these countries because, well, like they don't have as much criteria as, for example, to be married in Algeria and Morocco. Like literally, if you have a good financial situation, or if you own a home and a car, you're pretty much like ahead of like 80% of people, I would say. And if you are if you have projects, like if you have ambition, like if you have some sort of wealth secured, or some connections, you could easily like ascend. So you don't necessarily need to ascend in your looks, like even though, like if if you try to look better, overall, like if you try to look better plus gain wealth, that is like an extra boost. Okay, like this is like a huge boost for you because you're gonna be like in the top 1%. And so yeah, for marriage or whatever, you can pick whatever you want. it's like it's like the market is inverted. For example, like you, depending on your level, you can like be in the opposite side of the market. You could be in the dominant side of the market. So like, for example, let's say, I don't know, let's say you're like 5'3", Ahmed, who has no job, um, you know, lives with his parents, has no education because, well, decided to drop out from high school and like sell drugs in the street. That's a very extreme example, but it does exist. What happens is that most of the time, even if you want to get married and settle, stop selling drugs ideally, and find like just finding a regular job or whatever, what happens most of the time is that like people, they will look down upon you. Like they'll say, what kind of education do you have, or do you have a car, do you have a home, do you have your own apartment? Like the requirements can vary, but most of the time they're gonna ask, even if they're not the wealthiest family ever, they're still gonna ask, for things like a car, your own home or your own apartment at least, so that you could like move, you could like take their daughter to a proper place. But I would say that most of the time they don't necessarily, Ahmed would not probably be able to fill these requirements because, well, um these requirements, the window, I gotta close it. But yeah, these requirements most of the time, like they cannot be followed by everyone, like in North Africa generally, because like each person's situation is different. Okay, so like you cannot really say that everyone is like that, but each person's situation is different. And yeah, if you're like, I don't know, 6'2", Chad, has an apartment, has a car, um I don't know, has good connections, I guess. All that mix, okay, which is like, one of the best combos you could have in like, any country. But like, especially if you have that combo like in North Africa or whatever, you would be like, one of the top 1%, if not literally the top 1%. And that would make you like, extremely popular. It's like one of the most popular countries ever. So yeah, that is like one of the markets. What the fuck? I've said some bullshit right now. Anyways, back to the stream. We're gonna continue the video. Couldn't speak properly because I was interrupted. You probably didn't hear it, but I was. So I'm just gonna have this one ear in the side, you know.
Just leave that there. I'll let the comment section fight about the reason as to why, but that's just a real thing. So this next one's a little bit interesting. It's gonna be the normalization of makeup. This is gonna level the playing field. You see, women, they get to show up to the market with contour, lash extensions, and they can fraud, whereas men show up with rarely at times even moisturizer. So we can't remove the buff that they have, but we can give everyone this buff. Now, obviously it's not gonna serve us as well because of course our makeup can't be obvious and we're only accentuating male features, but this is not the JBG theory. This is heterosexuality or something like that. Now, we can do the inverse and completely ban makeup for women, but that would never work. If we could truly ban makeup, then either of the solutions would have a similar outcome, which would be something like this. Essentially, the girls would just go down by one deviation, you know what I mean? It would probably just mitigate a bit of the hypergamy. Maybe females going for top 35% instead of 10%. I mean, this would pretty much be the end of the competitive advantage that Makeup Max tortas have, those cakey tortas. I think something's telling me to make this one fatter. I feel like she's too skinny. And just so I don't get obliterated by women in the comments, I'm gonna make this guy manlet on the other side actually. There. Okay? It's fair now. This next one's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna show you guys what I got planned here. And this is gonna solve hypergamy, and I'll show you guys how. All right, you guys see the colors? Now this next solution I've been forcing as president is gonna be a ruling where you can only date within your own ethnic group. Hence the coloring, as you can see. Every group is locked, everyone is locked to the dating pool in their own group. Now let's be honest here, if you look at the data, there's favoritism going on for certain groups, okay? It's on dating apps, you can see it, it's very clear, black and white. Point is, if we remove that bias, that favoritism towards certain groups, every market becomes a closed economy. Would this fix hypergamy? No, but it'd make things a whole lot easier because now this man only has to compete within his group. You see, she's also going for the top in his group. She's also going for the top in his group. And what this is gonna do is gonna benefit the people within ethnic groups that aren't really getting any play. It's gonna make things a lot.
It's kind of funny, you know, because like there's this thing called like geomaxing, which is like one thing that is like talked about like the in the looks maxing sphere. It is like one of the techniques used to, you know, basically escape hypergamy kind of, or just to use to advantage. So what you do is like, you know, for example, a white guy going to countries like, I don't know, the Philippines, stuff like that, Thailand, uh stuff that your grandpa would probably do, you know. But yeah, that's the type of stuff you would do. Like you move to these countries, you find a woman there that attracts you, and she's probably going to be attracted to you because you're white, whatever. But like, you know, there's this thing that, you know, certain like ethnic groups prefer ethnic groups, you know, like this thing does exist. Like it does exist. In fact, like there have been many examples of that, like, you know, many different examples. Like for example, my bad, my English is struggling here, but here is like one example. If you are in if you live in America, for example, I think you've seen it. If you live in Canada, the most like favored group is Latinos. So Latinos is like the most popular group ever. Not because necessarily they're the most beautiful or attractive, but they got like this halo effect, you know, like this halo effect made by, you know, how can I say this? By social media, by movies, series, stuff like that. Like the Latinos are kind of seen like these, like, you know, these like these players, you know, like these really cool players and stuff like that. Like they get all the women and whatever. And this is like one of the things that happens is that like white girls will probably choose a Latino. Um, Other girls will also choose a Latino. Asian girls will also might choose a Latino as well. Um, you know, black girls will choose a Latino. Like most of them will choose a Latino. You know, who's like, I don't know if that Latino is specifically 6'2", is muscular, has certain preference. Like, let's not deny the fact that okay, if the girl has a chance to take someone who is attractive in the traditional sense. What I mean by the traditional sense is that like he is attractive by the you know, the traditional sense. So I'm kind of being interrupted. Yeah, I cannot really stream in peace or whatever. I'm always interrupted for whatever reason, for this and that. You know, typical stuff when you live like with in an Arab household. But let's just continue. One thing I'm gonna say is that yeah, like if you're that guy, like you're 6'2", you're Latino and whatever, you are you have like I don't know how to say this, but there is something that these guys have, okay? Like it's not that they're special, whatever. It's just that, just by saying that they're Latino, like the whole game switches completely because well, these girls have these certain like I don't know, honestly, I don't know. They have maybe these kind of misconceptions in their heads about Latinos of, you know, I don't know, honestly. I honestly don't know. Like maybe they think about them in a weird type of way. But guys as well not better. Like when you talk to them about a Latina, they're gonna be like, "Oh, she's a Latina." So you know, it's not really that different. But yeah, one thing you could say is that like they're the most dominant ones in like America and Canada for two specific reasons. Because well, they're like kind of they're pretty present group, and not just that, like they even like movies, social media, and the way they're presented makes them more attractive in real life, even though that's not the case. They still get like more popularity and whatever. And yeah, there's like this you know this kind of exotic type of effect with them, like this exotic side to them. Most of the time, like, they might be just the most regular guy ever, but just saying that they're Latino makes them more exotic or more interesting, kind of, like the unknown, yeah. But that is like why this ethnic group performs very well in like Canada or in the United States. But you know the opposite could work very well also. Like if you take like I'm gonna give you an example real quick. Like you take like these K-pop models and you put them, I don't know, in one country, I don't know, in the Middle East, for example. There are two possibilities. Okay, these K-pop models most of the time are seen as non-masculine or gay by, the locals, but they could be seen as that by the locals. But by girls, especially like the new gen girls, they will get more attention. These girls will desire them more, and they might even do the wildest stuff ever. Like these girls, who seem like, traditional and all perfect and everything, like they could literally change their principles in a second. I'm not saying that everyone will do that, but some of them will. Like I don't know, you take this girl, okay, this girl who loves like K-pop models and stuff like that. She's I don't know, her name is Aisha. She's I don't know, let's say she's Muslim or whatever. Okay, let's say she's Muslim, she prays 5 times a day or whatever. Like you could bring her this is by the way a very hypothetical situation, so I'm not generalizing or anything. Like please don't like show hate for no reason. But like one example I could give you is this very simple example, which would be like, yeah, Aisha, she's a hijabi, she prays like 5 times a day, etc. And she's always loved, the K-pop groups because, well, yeah, that's her favorite type of music, and she finds them more attractive than the traditional men of her household and her country, because most men in her country, like, they're just, these super bearded guys, who are all masculine and all cold and like, oh, I'm a real man. Like, yeah, basically the stereotype. And so she's gonna want to leave that stereotype. She's gonna want the opposite of that, which is okay. Um, the K-pop model guy. Like if she sees him, etc., if she interacts with him, like if he's attractive enough, I would say she would even like I don't know change her principles. Maybe I don't know she would never date because for her it would be a sin, or because like she's like against dating before marriage. She would probably, I don't know, maybe change that or play with the rules a little. She would be like, all right, I'm gonna talk with him once in a while, spend some time with him, communicate with him and all, like, and yeah, maybe even like find a way to convert him, stuff like that. So really, people, especially when when they find their favorite archetype, they often want to change that archetype into, they want to keep that archetype about the same, but just change one thing about them, which is like their religion, which is like quite significant, but they want to do that because they want them to themselves and stuff like that. But I think you understand, this kind of dynamic. But also the opposite can be true, like this girl might say, yeah, she wants like she doesn't want traditional men, she doesn't want a masculine man and whatever, but that's the model she grew up around with, and people are uncomfortable with change, like they're uncomfortable with the unknown. Some people are more comfortable than others, but most people will want something they know, something they're already used to, so that it's not a hassle. So she might say, "Yeah, I don't want like super masculine guys or whatever," but she's gonna end up with a bad boy, who's kind of a traditional masculine guy in the sense, yeah, sure, he's a player, but he's gonna be this type of guy to be like, hey, I provide, you don't talk to other men and stuff like that, and if you go to work, well, um I'm checking on you, like you better not do anything that you're not supposed to. Like also you come back by at home by 6 p.m. Okay, if you surpass 6 p.m., you're gonna have trouble. Like this type of guy, even if she says she's not attracted to that type of guy, she will go for that type of guy because most usually, she's gonna go for the model she's gonna be comfortable with, the archetype she's gonna be comfortable with. But yeah, both scenarios can happen. So she's either gonna take the opposite of what she sees around her, or she's gonna take the exact same archetype that she sees around her because that's what that is what it is. Like that is what is expected in her society. It's one of the most logical things that could happen.
A lot more fair for men out there. Speaking of laws that I'd pass, I'd probably want to ban dating apps. This is going to be a nuclear option because it's not just going to be dating apps, I'm also going to be banning social media. You see, the apps feed women false validation, okay? It's an illusion, it's a fugazi in their minds. So unplug the machine, what happens? No apps, no social media means the playing field goes back to your school. The dating pool goes back to people around you and your job, people at your gym, people in your neighborhood. This would change everyone's life for the net positive. Of course, it would hurt me because of my content, what I do online. But I'll sacrifice it. I'll sacrifice it for the people. I'll do it for the people. This is forcing society to break back as to how humans met for all of history.
Like, yeah, sure. That would like, make the competitive game much more easier. I mean, yeah, like if you could make everything local again instead of international, but I would say it would not really like, um change women that much, or you know make them adapt, because these are like social media has been here for about what, for quite a while, more than 20 years, I would say. No, maybe not 20 years, 15-ish years. Like it's still it's relatively new, it's this concept of recording videos, posting them, doing live streams. That's relatively new because before only like like TV media, stuff like that, could like post their own stuff. Like, they could like, I don't know, talk about a specific topic, like it was very specific. Like each channel has its role, like one for cartoons, one for podcasts, one for inviting celebrities, movie celebrities, discussing about, very sensitive topics or whatever. Like most of the time, debates would happen. The debates on TV would happen on TV. Like there was no such thing as this kid who became a millionaire because of his social media account. That doesn't happen. You will hear about like these startups, like kids maybe beginning a startup, like this genius kid or whatever. But all the retards like the OF models and stuff like that, they will not have like 1% of the attention that they would have they would be having with you know social media, and everything would change. Even like I think things would be for the better, because if you think about it, okay, people would probably, for example, women who usually like when they use social media and stuff like that, they will get more attention than men, and that is kind of logical because most users, okay, of social media, like um like I think it's about an equal amount, but yeah, both men and women use social media, and most of the time, like there are much more women posting themselves, like not necessarily in a weird way, but like more women post themselves. So these men are gonna like go talk to these women naturally. They're gonna talk to them online and stuff like that, and they're going to you know, they're kind of, how could I say this? If we talk about the market itself, they're gonna like, go see this woman, talk to them. These women will have probably thousands, hundreds of DMs, and they're gonna have this illusion of abundance, but really only maybe what, maybe one, two, three men max could be, the one for her. Like, I don't know, even if she has like a thousands of DMs, like she you could talk to her in real life. You could be like, hey, I'm interested in you, would you like to go eat together? But she's gonna be like, why would I go for you? Like, she will not say this directly, but she's gonna be like, yeah, but I got this John on my phone, this Michael on Snapchat, so why should I, let them go? So she might be tempted to keep them, and do her selection process. But actually most of them are just, loser bums who don't have anything going for them. Like, they don't have any goals, they don't have a job, they don't have any objectives. Like, they're just here hunting for girls, basically, like going on, social media, going on different platforms, trying to find their date match or something just casual, just maybe a hookup. But at the end, this is like reality. Like, only if a small percentage of men nowadays like has a purpose, like an actual purpose, rather, like, yeah, only a small percentage, only a small percentage of them like have a purpose, and the rest, like, they're just here trying to look at, they're like in this pool, they're this huge pool, and trying to catch the fish. All right, sometimes the fish slips up, sometimes like they catch that fish and they keep it, but most of the time, yeah, it's just like this stupid competition game or whatever, you know that is what it is. But this is why, like, if social media suddenly left, if there was no more social media, or at least not the same social media we have today, because if social media was just, I don't know, YouTube, for example, if there was just YouTube, like content creation, um no way of communicating, like, yeah, sure, you could leave comments and stuff like that, but no social media that we know, like, girls having accounts posting themselves, like, you would, let's say we ban people, like, who are posting, like, I don't know, let's say we ban Instagram, we ban, like, TikTok, and we just allow YouTube. And if we allow TikTok, we just like allow certain content to be allowed, or specific content like entertainment, learning, stuff like that, um projects, certain streams, maybe. Sure, but like, I don't know, if it's like just people posting themselves, like these stories, like, um how can I say this, just like this whole dynamic of, I want to show my life, I want to show that I have the best life ever, and that everything is perfect around me, and that I'm a person with options, stuff like that. If we ban that type of content, we find a way to target these specific types of content, then sure, like, hypergamy would probably decrease by a lot. And there won't be this competition aspect, because online dating would be basically dead. Like, if we ban Tinder and everything, of course, Hinge, stuff like that, online dating would be basically dead. And what would happen was, like, either, like, if you want to like date people from this country, you'd have to move there, you'd have to buy a plane ticket, and go live in that country for a few months, and yeah, sure, find your soulmate there, whatever, maybe. But other than that, like, everything is going to be much more localized, so the games are going to be local than being like, an open battle royale. Because, like, we're an open battle royale, like, everyone competes, for attention, everyone competes, like, to get chosen. And so, it's an open battle royale. Like, that girl, for example, that you're talking to in the bus, like, you think she's interested in you, but no, she already has like this boyfriend that she found online. He is like, one city far away or something. Or maybe it's just like, I don't know, he's even in another country, which is really possible. And so, this is why, like, things have become a bit harder. So yeah.
In person. You see, in person, this guy right here, he's a real contender, okay? A lot of girls would actually go for him. Whereas on an app, he'd be invisible because he'd be compared to all these other guys, right? Very simple. Now, this one thing is going to be hard for me to enforce, even as president, and it's because it's going to be a method that's going to solve hypergamy like this. And it all comes down to us individually. It's going to be us truly selecting for one another characters. I don't know why I'm saying us, it's just girls. Anyways, imagine if girls We're selecting based on character, transcending the physical superficiality. What if, I want you to really sit down with this, what if we simply chose to see each other for who we truly are? What if women selected men purely on kindness, loyalty, humor, depth of the soul? Just humanity collectively closing its eyes to the physical and opening its heart.
Yo, that is kind of a funny concept because, this type of thing, this type of Disney shit, like, would probably never happen. And, you know, this type of stuff, like, happens only in Disney movies or whatever. And you know what is crazy? Like, there's this concept of inner soul or whatever, but this is just Disney stuff, like in real life, you need attraction, you need chemistry to work. Like, even if you say, hey, I find this person to have a pure soul, or if you think, oh, she's a kind person, if that person doesn't think the same of you, like she thinks, he's a nice guy, but he's not my type, like that won't change the fact that she won't be attracted to you. And character depth, stuff like that, these are just Disney values. Like this is like, stuff that doesn't exist. Like people looking for character and values, because what they like, even in my religion, for example, as a Muslim, um they would say, like, if you're looking for a partner or whatever, look for, a character, like the akhlaq, or in English, character, depth, communication, maturity, maybe, I don't know, one aspect that is not like internal, I don't know, responsibility, financial responsibility, like being able to take care of a household. That is pretty basic here, I would say. But yeah, like they wouldn't do that. Like, why would you switch up to, character and stuff like that, when you could have the most attractive guy, the guy who is the most pleasing to your eyes, the guy who is like, who's probably gonna make your dopamine spike every single time you see him. So, like, most these types of Disney values and whatever, like, they're long gone. Now, I'm not saying like in Islam you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't like find someone who has a good character. Yes, but you cannot deny the importance of attraction anymore. Because before, I don't know how things were, but maybe like women weren't as visible, and so, if a guy like said, "Hey, I want to marry," if you have a woman in your household, I would like to marry her. Like, for him, she could be like the most beautiful woman in the world, but she might. But even then, even before, she could think, sure, like he seems like a good man, but I would have wished that, I don't know, that Omar from that side of the village, or our neighbor Omar, like, would have chose me. Because, women, like, they used to go a little bit outside to buy groceries, and they would probably see some very good looking men, some men who are less good looking, some average men, and she would be like, I would still have liked to have Omar. And during that time, like, rejecting a man for, I don't know, his looks could seem, I don't know, quite, you know, quite hypergamous, or how can I say this, quite toxic, and be like, hey, you don't look at a man for his looks, you look at a man for his character. They will like they will, I don't know, they'll probably teach them this way. I don't know how things used to be in the past, because I'm not very um savvy on the subject, but I would say that the dynamics were a bit different, but not so different. Hypergamy existed for a long time ago, for centuries. It just evolved into this, like, there's like this, without like, being weird or whatever, like, there's this concept of like holy trinity nowadays, which is like, hey, you gotta look good, you gotta have money, and gotta have a good personality. But before, it could have been just, you gotta provide. That's it, simple as that. As long as you provide, I don't care. You have your shot. Like, if you can provide, you're the man. So that is
A
like what
torta
happens.
dating a Chad, a Stacy dating a manlet, a hiplet dating Adilit, okay? All for one and one for all. I don't even know how to go about drawing this one. I mean, where would the lines connect? Where would the lines go? The souls? I don't know, should I draw the souls? Maybe this could work. Perfect. That's beautiful. And this was solving hypergamy. Do me a favor and let me know in the comments what you'd vote for as a policy, if I were to be president, of course. Shami 2028. Never say never, you know. I'm trying to think of a campaign slogan. Okay, we're getting a bit too deep into it, you guys. My cat's been sitting here the whole time waiting for me to finish. Say bye, Kylo. Leave a like, comment, subscribe.
Did you like the chips?
No.
No?
Yeah?
Honestly, it was kind of funny to watch it. It was funny. I don't know if there was anyone watching or whatever. I don't think so. Oh, 30 subscribers. That's cool. That's cool. It's real cool. We have regained that subscriber. But yeah. There's like one thing I wanted to show you and talk about. Now that we've done this part, I think we can do the part that we don't want to, but we need to do. It is our math. So I need to go leave this part and, you know, do my math for about 2 hours. So this means like for maybe till 3 p.m. like my math do my math until 3 p.m. So I'm gonna just go, you know, I'm gonna close these real quick. Exit 2, you know, go on the virtual machine. Files. All right, now we have everything that we need to do. We're gonna open the virtual machine and go back to our studying because we need to, you know, learn this new math function. Okay, so we're back. We're gonna do some math real quick. Um, we're gonna like learn maybe a new function. So I'm gonna go back to the search history because there's like this website that I used to, you know. Yeah, there's the website I'm going to be using. I'm gonna go to YouTube again.
Mama, hoş geldin. Bak içmek là. Chaude là, bouffe chaude, bon. Qu'est-ce que tu veux? Hein? Pousse-moi, maman. Non, Ramsès. Qu'est-ce que t'as?
Yeah, we're in the website. We're gonna watch maybe a video about like the function. Actually, I wanna
Toi qui l'as pissé, hein? Putain, mais je vais avoir.
before I wanna do
Je
anything.
vais rien te cesser pour te faire plus tard.
We're gonna complete this function. So yeah, we're gonna go in cours et exercice. Second degree function, canonical form. We're gonna do like one exercise. So we're gonna redo question 1. I don't exactly remember, which is good, I would say. We're gonna rework on the function, the canonical form, because like this is like the basic form of the second degree function, but I'm gonna try to redo that function. So I'd say, yeah, we're gonna need like to find the a parameter, and the a parameter is like 1, x2, 1 is +2. No, I don't know. I don't want to be wrong. Okay. That's good, I would say. And then we need inside that parentheses to convert. So like we need to factorize it in a certain way, and to factorize it, we're gonna need to separate like we're gonna need to, you know, I remember like we need to use like the TCP method, so or you know remarkable identity or however he calls it, and that is like the way to basically to convert the parentheses inside. Okay, this is like a process, so I don't understand the process fully, but I do get it a little bit better. So one, two, for A sur B to what was it? A, because like A, we understand like there's like the A inside, like I understand like the unknown value of A. It is like we know B, but we don't know A. So do for A for B. So we know it now. Plus 9 minus 9. Yeah, I do understand now, because literally what you do, we've done like this is like a meme, by the way, but if you watch JJK, like this is like the reversed cursed energy. So I don't know. It's like you're doing the opposite scheme. Um minus 2 multiplied by you know um we don't need this. We only have like 3x. No, it's like 9. I think it's 9 plus 24. Yeah, it is 9, because like it's the double most of the time. It's the double part. Like we need to make it so that like we can use like the TCP method. That is what we need to do. At least I think so. It's 9. It's 2. Boom. Now we've got that. We're gonna factorize. So x minus 3 squared plus 9. I thought if we should keep the 9 minus 9. Minus 25 squared. I don't know why we need that plus 9 in the first place. 2, well, like multiplied. So 1x minus 3 squared is 2. It's 10. This is really fucking annoying. Okay. Plus 9 minus 9. La ferme. You can shut the fuck up. Okay.
Alpha qui vaut 3.
Okay, that doesn't work. Cause like I don't know why, like I always make this mistake. And if I can't even do this, I wonder how I even pass my math. How am I even gonna pass my math? Like, if I can't do this, like, how am I even gonna pass my math? So, yeah. X2 minus 6x. It's gonna be like 2 multiplied by 3. 3, it's gonna be 9 minus 9. Plus 9 minus 9, but we need to okay, it's just so that we can go back. Alright, we're gonna restart. Hein? Ouais, j'y vais. روح. Spam روح. Why do I keep forgetting this? Alright. I'm gonna keep looking at this, so what's gonna happen is that minus 10x. Shouldn't be stupid this way. Minus 6x plus 9 minus 9. Okay, it is just so that we can go back to this previous form. Alright, I understand. His method is kind of shitty, not gonna lie. Minus 3 square. Minus 9. It's 2. 1. Okay, so we need to multiply whatever is inside. X minus 3 square minus 9 minus 9 plus 2, so minus 7. Yeah, now we got it. So I understand what we gotta do is like find, we gotta do like the opposite. So we have to factorize it inside, use the you know, the TCP method, because that is the most common method, to the most easy one to make that work. Okay, fair enough. We're gonna do the second one. No spoilers. 4x2 minus 3. We have the a x2 minus, you know, generally it uses 3 terms, so minus 0, minus 3, because we haven't got enough, and I think, yeah, we've found it. 4x, yeah, x squared minus 0, and then what you're gonna need is like separate it, so we cannot really factorize it because there's no way of making it work. So instead, minus 0, minus 3. I wonder what it does. So I'm gonna use the calculator for that. So yeah, minus 0, minus 3. Okay, I think maybe that is how it works. We're gonna find the solution for the second.
Eh bien, la forme canonique, qui est également la forme développée, mais en tout cas, c'est la forme canonique de mon trinôme. On peut passer au C, tu peux mettre la vidéo en pause. On dit 4x au carré moins 3, eh bien, la forme carré moins 3. J'ai le droit de soustraire 0 à x, hein, ça change rien. Je retrouve mon x au carré. Mais en l'écrivant,
Okay, fair enough. This is just me who is retarded probably, and I need to practice more. And one of the reasons why I don't understand, I think it is because like I'm not trying to understand the logic behind it. I'm just, you know, repeating like the same method. Plus 10 to 1. Can you try to get rid of this by using this method? So minus 4. No. Oh yeah, we have to use this method. Okay, now I understand. Six. Six x. Do 4. 4b. Don't think that will work. For B. All right. We're gonna use 36. Okay, so we're gonna use 36. So, minus 36 plus 21. This is like how you convert it. So we just have to convert it, kind of like we found the B. So it's like A minus B in parentheses squared. It equals to A minus. No, it's like ax squared plus blah blah plus blah blah. Minus blah blah. Yeah, I understand a bit the logic now. I understand a bit better. It's 36 plus 36. Just so that doesn't become false, and that makes sense because you wanna go reverse that to its initial state. We just added like, you know, a new x minus 6 squared minus 36. Hein? Ça fait 3 jours.
plus de jus, Zakaria.
Fucking annoying.
Correction.
Question 3. Better be.
Plus 9.
What?
Et on en a fini.
Like, I don't know. Like, I thought I did everything right. It's 21. Yeah. Deux fois A fois B. Like, holy fuck, I don't understand.
Si je fais 80 kilos, moi je fais 90, ça veut dire il y a 10 kilos de plus.
I don't know, I think he made a mistake. I'm gonna close my bedroom, don't want fucking noise. God damn, like, don't wanna have any noise in my bedroom.
Fini avec le troisième.
I don't know why. So, normally -2 multiplied by something. On 2 fois alpha b.
Maintien qui est autorisé
I'm
ici
gonna see if you made a mistake
pour
or whatever, because I think you made a mistake. Oh, it's me who made a mistake. I'm the one who made a mistake. We're gonna have to restart, which I find really annoying, but we don't have choice until I finally understand what's happening in here. So, alright, we want to factorize. We're gonna take the a, we're gonna separate this, x2 minus 12x plus 21. Then what we want to do is find point 12 divided by 2, which gives 6. It's supposed to give us 6. Or use another method? Yeah, I think we can use another method. I need to find a way to make it work. Three, he used like this variable, which I don't know why he used.
On peut passer au C, tu peux mettre la vidéo en pause. Correction. Alors, on va commencer donc par le recopier, soit 3x au carré moins 12x plus 21. Et on remarque ici que on a un petit facteur 3, contrairement au cas précédent, où le facteur était égal à 1. Là, on a un petit facteur 3, ce qui veut dire que je vais retrouver ici ce facteur 3. Donc, si ce 3 est en facteur, ça veut dire qu'à un moment ou l'autre, il va falloir le factoriser. Eh bien, on va s'en occuper tout de suite. On va déjà commencer par factoriser par 3. Mais pas toute l'expression. Parce qu'on a vu avant que le plus 2 travaillait qu'à la fin. Et ça sera pareil pour le plus 20e. Il va travailler qu'à la fin, c'est lui qui nous permettra d'obtenir bêta. Donc on va factoriser par 3 que cette partie-là de l'expression, c'est celle qui va nous permettre de faire apparaître l'identité remarquable. Donc, ça donne 3, facteur de x au carré. Alors si je factorise 12x par 3, ça fait moins 4x. Et plus 21, je le recopie pour l'instant. Égal. Maintenant, là-dedans, eh bien, on va faire apparaître une identité remarquable, comme on l'a fait précédemment. Alors, ça c'est le A, ça fait moins 4x. Facteur de x au carré. Alors si je factorise 12x par 3, ça fait moins 4x. Et plus
Oh,
21, je le recopie pour l'instant.
ok.
Égal. Maintenant, là-dedans, eh bien, on va faire apparaître une identité remarquable comme on l'a fait précédemment. Alors, ça c'est le A, ça c'est le
Okay, we've got our functions, so we got the fx equals to the hk for our function. Good. Fourth function. Minus 3. Right, plus 4x. No. Minus 3 minus 1. Can factor out x minus 2 square minus 4 3 1. Um 1 x minus 2 square minus 4 minus 3 minus 3 minus 7 double cube 1 x 1. Okay, x minus 2 plus 1. Maybe Yeah, because it's negative outside. I thought we didn't take account of the negative. This is like very small mistake that I should avoid. One plus one. Alright. For another function here. So I understand the principle. I've got to factorize, then use the one of the identities here. It's basically just factorize, I think. We just gotta factorize in the parentheses. A squared minus 2ab plus b2. I've gotta learn them by heart. Yeah. I've gotta learn them by heart. I've gotta do that here. Fair enough. Fair enough. At least now I know what to do. To factorize and get the function. Now I think I need to go back in this book and check the following chapters. So there's like chapter 4, canonical form, and we get to see the general form.
Cette vidéo, je vais t'expliquer comment tracer le graphique d'une polynomiale de degré 2 si la règle est donnée sous forme générale. Avant de commencer, il faut se rappeler que la courbe d'une fonction polynomiale de degré 2 est une parabole. Le signe du paramètre a permet de déterminer le sens de l'ouverture de la parabole. Si le a est positif, la parabole sera ouverte vers le haut. Si le a est négatif, la parabole
Bro, like YouTube is cursed. It's not even responding. Right. Okay. I'm gonna leave the VM. We're gonna leave the VM. Close the VM. Stop. Gonna power off. Okay. Because it was lagging here for some reason. friend. It's been about 3 hours I've been streaming. 4 more hours to go, I guess. Well, alright. Let's continue the work.
2016. Looked like he was in his 20s, mid 20s, and then about 5 years later, he looks like the next Dr. Phil. Which, thinking about that, that is absolutely crazy. So I first want to talk about the problem with balding, because there's a lot of people who say that balding doesn't matter.
I'm 22 and I'm already going bald. Should I just shave it off? Well, my own personal view of this is, like, who cares what a man's hair looks like? All men look the same. That's the truth.
You know, it's just another hairline, and they're trying to, like, play down men's issues. I've noticed quite a lot, though I would say that's a topic for another video. But I want to get into the insecurities about balding, because
That's interesting. Anyways, as I said, I'm gonna check the other function I'm supposed to check. I'm gonna check it out here.
Le graphique d'une fonction A est alors x au carré moins 2x plus 3. L'idéal est d'identifier les trois paramètres de la fonction, soit A, B et C. Dans notre cas, A égale moins 1 tiers, B égale moins 2 et C égale 3. Commençons par trouver les coordonnées du sommet. Rappelle-toi que le sommet d'une parabole est le couple HK. H est la coordonnée en x du sommet et K la coordonnée en y. Lorsque la règle est sous la forme générale, on détermine H à l'aide de la formule H égale moins B sur 2A. On remplace A et B par leurs valeurs respectives dans la formule. On obtient moins 2 sur 2 fois moins 1 tiers, ce qui donne 2 sur moins 2 tiers. En simplifiant, on trouve que la valeur de H est moins 3. Pour déterminer K, deux choix sont possibles. On peut utiliser la formule suivante, ou bien on prend la règle et on remplace X par la valeur de H, qui est moins 3. Moins 3 au carré fait 9, moins 1 tiers fois 9 donne moins 3, moins 2 fois moins 3 donne 6, finalement, moins 3 plus 6 plus 3 donne 6. Ainsi, la valeur de K est 6. On a donc les coordonnées du sommet, moins 3, 6. Avant de faire le graphique à l'échelle, on fait une esquisse pour avoir l'allure générale. On place donc approximativement le point moins 3,6 dans le plan. Comme A est négatif, on trace une parabole ouverte vers le bas qui passe par le sommet. Ensuite, trouvons les coordonnées des zéros. Selon notre esquisse, il y en aurait deux. Pour les trouver, on doit utiliser la formule quadratique. On remplace les paramètres dans la formule et on réduit. Moins 2 fait 2. Sous la racine, moins 2 au carré fait 4. Et 4 fois moins 1 tiers fois 3 donne moins 4. Au dénominateur, 2 fois moins 1 tiers donne moins 2 tiers. Sous la racine, 4 moins 4 donne 8. Le premier zéro est donc 2 moins racine carrée de 8 divisé par moins 2 tiers, ce qui fait environ 1,24. Le deuxième zéro est 2 plus racine carrée de 8 divisé par moins 2 tiers, ce qui fait environ moins 7,24. On a donc les coordonnées des deux points, soit 1,24, 0 et moins 7,24, 0. On trouve ensuite l'ordonnée à l'origine. Avec la forme générale, elle se trouve rapidement puisque c'est la valeur de C. Ainsi, l'ordonnée à l'origine est 3. La parabole passe donc par le point 0,3 qu'on peut placer dans le graphique. Pour trouver le cinquième point, on utilise l'axe de symétrie de la parabole. Cet axe vertical passe par le sommet à x égale moins 3. L'ordonnée à l'origine se trouve à une distance horizontale de 3 par rapport à l'axe. Le point symétrique est à la même distance de l'autre côté. Son abscisse est donc de moins 6. Son ordonnée est la même que l'ordonnée à l'origine, soit 3. On obtient le point moins 6,3. On a déterminé les 5 points remarquables de cette fonction et on les a placés dans une esquisse. Maintenant, faisons un graphique à l'échelle avec une graduation appropriée selon les points à placer. Ici, autant en x qu'en y, on peut utiliser une graduation par 1 puisqu'il n'y a pas de gros écart entre les coordonnées des différents points. Une fois la graduation déterminée, on peut placer nos 5 points avec précision dans le plan cartésien. On les relie et on obtient la parabole voulue. Refaisons la démarche avec un deuxième exemple. On veut tracer le graphique de la fonction f de x égale 4x au carré moins 12x plus 10. On a a égale 4, b égale moins 12 et c égale 10. On commence par déterminer les coordonnées du sommet. On utilise la formule h égale moins b sur 2a. En remplaçant a et b, on obtient moins 12 sur 2 fois 4. Au dénominateur, 2 fois 4 donne 8. 12 sur 8 fait 1,5. Ainsi, h vaut 1,5. Pour k, on remplace x par 1,5 dans la règle de la fonction. 1,5 au carré fait 2,25. 2,25 fois 4 donne 9. Moins 12 fois 1,5 donne moins 18. Finalement, 9 moins 18 plus 10 égale 1. La valeur de k est donc de 1. Le sommet est situé aux coordonnées 1,5, 1. Plaçons-le approximativement dans le graphique. Comme a est positif, on trace une parabole ouverte vers le haut qui passe par le sommet. On remarque que la courbe ne traverse pas l'axe des abscisses. Il n'y a donc pas de zéro. Allons tout de même vérifier algébriquement qu'il n'y a pas de zéro, au cas où tu ne t'en serais pas rendu compte. Dans la formule quadratique, on remplace les paramètres a, b et c par leurs valeurs respectives.
Moins b plus ou moins racine carrée de b2 moins 4ac sur 2. Ok. I'm gonna write this in here. It's not that hard learning math by yourself. It's harder without a teacher, but it's not that hard. Quadratic formula ain't that hard, so as long as I remember the formula, I'm gonna be good.
Sous la racine, moins 12 au carré fait 144. 4 fois 4 fois 10 fait 160. En effectuant la soustraction, on trouve moins 16. Comme tu le sais, il est impossible d'extraire la racine carrée d'un nombre négatif. C'est l'indication algébrique que la parabole n'a pas de zéro. On la tracera alors avec seulement 3 points. Par contre, si tu veux une courbe plus précise, tu peux très bien trouver d'autres couples. Passons à la prochaine étape, trouver l'ordonnée à l'origine. Comme c'est égal 10, celle-ci vaut 10. On peut venir la placer dans le graphique. Pour le dernier point, on utilise l'axe de symétrie. Comme l'ordonnée à l'origine est une distance de 1,5 unité de l'axe, son point symétrique est à la même distance, mais de l'autre côté. Il est donc à x égale 3. Son y est le même que l'ordonnée à l'origine, donc 10. La parabole passe par le point 3, 10. On a maintenant 3 points appartenant à la fonction. Comme les écarts entre les valeurs des x et des y ne sont pas très grands, on peut graduer par bond de 1. Ensuite, on place nos 3 points et on trace la parabole. C'est ce qui complète cette vidéo sur le graphique de la fonction de degré 2 à partir de la forme générale. Si tu veux savoir comment tracer une parabole lorsque la règle est donnée sous une autre forme, n'hésite pas à consulter nos autres vidéos.
Bro doesn't want to be here. Bro doesn't want to be here. Because, like, you know, when he was saying, hey, if you want to watch another video, like, you can check the one about, like, the factorized form, whatever. He was talking about, like, the next part of the subject, and he was like, yeah, go watch that in the next video. And after the camera was off, he was like, are we done now? Which is, like, really possible.
Dans cette vidéo, je vais t'expliquer comment tracer le graphique d'une fonction polynomiale de degré 2 si la règle est donnée sous forme factorisée. Avant de commencer, il faut se rappeler que le graphique d'une fonction polynomiale de degré 2 est une parabole. Le signe du paramètre a permet de déterminer le sens de l'ouverture de la parabole. Si le a est positif, la parabole sera ouverte vers le haut. Si le a est négatif, la parabole sera ouverte vers le bas. Dans cette vidéo, on trace le graphique à partir des points remarquables. Il faudra donc trouver les zéros, le sommet HK, l'ordonnée à l'origine et son point symétrique par rapport à l'axe x égale h. Faisons un premier exemple. On veut tracer le graphique de la fonction f de x égale 2 fois x plus 2 fois x moins 4. Commençons par trouver les zéros. Lorsque la règle est donnée sous la forme factorisée, les zéros sont directement donnés. Ils correspondent à x1 et x2. Attention! Dans la règle factorisée de base, il y a des soustractions entre les variables x et les zéros. Le bon signe du zéro n'est donc pas celui qu'on voit, mais l'opposé. Ainsi, le premier zéro est moins 2 et le deuxième est à plus 4. On a donc nos deux premiers points, moins 2 zéros et 4 zéros.
Okay, if there's already subtraction, means that there's like a -2. Alright. They could have just written the -2 next to it. I don't know why they didn't do it, but I guess they want to be bastards. So.
On peut aller les placer dans le graphique. Comme a est positif, la parabole est ouverte vers le haut. Traçons une courbe approximative dans le graphique qui passe par les deux zéros et qui est ouverte vers le haut. Ensuite, on doit trouver les coordonnées du sommet. Pour s'aider, on peut tracer l'axe de symétrie de la parabole qui passe par son sommet. Comme les zéros sont à égale distance de cet axe, on peut trouver de façon précise à quel endroit il se trouve en déterminant le point milieu entre x1 et x2. On utilise la formule x1 plus x2 divisé par 2. x1 vaut moins 2 et x2 vaut 4. Moins 2 plus 4 donne 2, divisé par 2 égale 1. Alors, on sait que h égale 1.
I mean, we could have also like calculated the distance precisely and like remove like, you know, just take the half and know the coordinates. So I think minus 2 plus 3 should do this. But where's the calculator? Like minus 2 plus 3 could give 1. Yeah, my method is just less complex. No need for formula whatsoever, just use logic.
Pour trouver k, on va utiliser la règle de la fonction. Comme h est l'abscisse du sommet, c'est-à-dire sa coordonnée en x, on remplace x par 1 dans la règle. Dans les premières parenthèses, on a 1 plus 2, ce qui fait 3, et dans les deuxièmes, 1 moins 4, qui fait moins 3. Il ne reste qu'à tout multiplier. 2 fois 3 fois moins 3 fait moins 18. K égale donc moins 18. Le sommet est aux coordonnées 1, moins 18. On doit ensuite trouver les coordonnées de l'ordonnée à l'origine. On remplace les x par 0 dans l'équation et on la résout. 0 plus 2 fait 2. 0 moins 4 fait moins 4. En multipliant, on obtient moins 16. Ainsi, la parabole a le point 0, moins 16 comme ordonnée à l'origine. Allons placer ce point dans le graphique. Pour trouver le dernier point, on utilise l'axe de symétrie x égale 1. L'ordonnée à l'origine se trouve à une distance horizontale de 1 par rapport à l'axe. Donc son point symétrique sera à la même distance de l'autre côté. Son abscisse sera de 2. Son ordonnée est la même que l'ordonnée à l'origine. On obtient donc le point 2, moins 16. On a déterminé les 5 points remarquables.
Okay, so sommet, les zéros. Oh, les zéros. So, les zéros, le sommet, ordonné à l'origine. And abscisse à l'origine, I guess. No, it's like 2 zeros. No, it's not the zeros. But it's like the other point in front of it. Yeah. So the minimum is like 5 points. Alright.
De cette fonction et on les a placés dans une esquisse qui n'est
Just gonna check the comments. Wow. There's like nobody watching the stream. There's like nobody watching the stream. Okay, there's like for nobody watching the stream. I'm gonna do this. So you said that you recommend me. I was outside, so I couldn't watch the stream. Yes, 40s can be protection bug, but can also be used wrongly for some. Yo, I would recommend you putting the sound of videos and stuff a little bit less powerful with OBS, so that you can still hear it as you wish, and put your mic a bit louder. Yeah, I can. Desktop audio, I'm gonna lower it to here. Okay, so I think now, yeah, it's more limited, I would say. And for the microphone, I'm gonna increase the volume properties. Wait, I think it's in here. Properties.
properties. No. Yes, but I need something that works. Filters, no. Okay, for the microphone, which is like the audio input, whatever, I'm gonna increase the volume to 200%. Now I think you can hear me better, if I'm not mistaken. Do you hear me better? Probably.
N'est pas tout à fait à l'échelle. Commençons par trouver une graduation
I think you can hear me.
appropriée en fonction des points qu'on doit placer. En X, on peut faire une graduation de 1, car les abscisses des points sont entre -2.
I think you can hear me properly now. Yeah.
Par contre, en Y, il serait préférable de graduer par 2 puisque les ordonnées varient entre -18 et 0. Une fois la graduation déterminée, on peut aller placer nos 5 points avec précision dans le plan cartésien. Il ne nous reste plus qu'à les relier en traçant une parabole à main levée et on obtient notre graphique. Refaisons la même démarche, mais avec un deuxième exemple. Cette fois, on veut tracer la fonction f de x égale -1/8 fois x moins 3 fois x moins 11. On commence par déterminer quels sont les zéros en faisant attention aux signes dans les parenthèses. Comme il y a des soustractions dans les deux paires de parenthèses, on comprend que les deux zéros sont positifs. Le premier est 3 et le deuxième est 11. Ainsi, on a un point aux coordonnées 3, 0 et un autre aux coordonnées 11, 0. On peut aller les placer dans le plan. Pour tracer la courbe selon la bonne orientation, on regarde le signe du paramètre A. Il est négatif. Donc, la parabole sera ouverte vers le bas. On peut la tracer approximativement. Ensuite, on cherche les coordonnées du sommet. On prend la formule qu'on a utilisée plus tôt. H égale x1 plus x2 divisé par 2. x1 est 3 et x2 est 11. 3 plus 11 égale 14. 14 divisé par 2 fait 7. On sait alors que 7 est la valeur de h. Pour trouver celle de k, on remplace les x dans la règle par 7. En faisant les calculs dans les parenthèses, on obtient -1/8 fois 4 fois -4. En multipliant, on obtient 2. Ainsi, la valeur de k est 2. Les coordonnées du sommet sont donc 7, 2. On peut placer ce point dans le graphique. Il faut ensuite trouver l'ordonnée à l'origine. On remplace les x par 0 dans l'équation et on la résout. Dans la première paire de parenthèses, 0 moins 3 fait -3. Dans la deuxième paire de parenthèses, 0 moins 11 fait -11. En multipliant, on obtient -33/8 ou -4,125. On a un quatrième point aux coordonnées 0, -33/8. Pour le cinquième et dernier point, on utilise l'axe de symétrie. Comme l'axe passe par le sommet, c'est la droite x égale 7. La distance horizontale entre l'ordonnée à l'origine et l'axe est donc de 7. Pour trouver l'abscisse du point symétrique, on calcule une distance de 7 à partir de l'axe. On arrive à une abscisse de 14. Ainsi, on peut placer le dernier point aux coordonnées 14, -33/8. Le plus gros du travail est fait. Il ne reste qu'à faire la distance pour trouver l'abscisse du point symétrique. La distance à partir du dernier point aux coordonnées 14, -33/8.
So, sommet, 0, ordonnée à l'origine, and its symmetry point. Yeah, fine.
Le plus gros du travail est fait. Il ne reste qu'à faire un graphique à l'échelle. On doit déterminer les graduations idéales. En X, les abscisses se situent entre 0 et 14. Vous pourrez alors graduer par 2. En Y, les ordonnées sont entre moins 4,125 et 2. Donc, on peut graduer par 1. Une fois que c'est fait, on place nos 5 points aux bons endroits. On trace une parabole à main levée en s'assurant qu'elle passe bien par tous les points. C'est ce qui complète cette vidéo sur le graphique de la fonction polynomiale.
Alright, fair enough. Now what I'm gonna do is go pray, cause yeah, I think it's time. And anyways, I'll come back at like what, less than 5-10 minutes. I'm gonna come back soon. So earlier we watched the video about hypergamy. I'm gonna rewatch it because nobody was here. It's super funny. Okay, this video is really funny, but not for now. Like maybe a bit later when we have time. But yeah, we've done pretty much everything that we need. So I've done math. I read the book. You know, what are the things I'm supposed to do? No notification, nothing. Time to go, I guess. I'll come back in a few minutes. Maybe you can ask ChatGPT to do that for us. Okay. So like this is like a mini exam that ChatGPT that ChatGPT made, and I can either take it now or take it tomorrow. I'd rather take it tomorrow and prepare myself correctly. So like, in my spare time, prepare myself because I don't feel ready to do it yet. I'm not gonna see the answers. So, you know, it literally generated me an exam, which is cool. Generated me like an exam, which is cool. Like a math exam. Uh Also, I really wanted to talk about something real quick. Like, don't you sometimes, when you have something going on, like, let's say you're working on something or whatever, your parents think that you're doing nothing of your day, when literally, like, they're completely unaware that I'm doing my math and shit. Like, they're completely unaware of that. Like, they think I'm just wasting my time or doing some random bullshit, but I'm just working on my stuff and they think that I'm wasting my time. It's kind of crazy, honestly. And they keep saying that people your age are going to the mosque or whatever and like keep criticizing me sometimes. And I'm like, dude, you keep telling me to say, hey, why are you a loser? Why do you stay in front of your computer? Why don't you go pray to the mosque? But literally every single time I have to go, I have to ask you permission. Like that's so hilarious. Like I have to ask you permission for going outside, and then you tell me, "Hey, why don't you go to the mosque?" Like these kids, they don't have to ask their parents, by the way, to do stuff like that. They can go whenever they want. But I'm a problem because, well, I didn't go to the mosque in presentially. Like I didn't go to the mosque. Like for real, I would like to go to the mosque. I would like, but let's be realistic for a second. You keep saying that, oh, you should go to the mosque, you should do this, you should do that, but you don't even give me the permission. Yeah, like, dude, literally, I had to argue with them so that they could let me go to the gym, which is crazy. Like, I had to argue, I had to create a lot of problems just so that they could let me go to the gym. They, and then they tell me, yeah, why do you lie? For example, let's say I didn't do a prayer, okay? I didn't do a prayer, all right? Like, I didn't do a prayer, I forgot to do a prayer. Like, I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna do it now because I missed it. It's important to do your prayers. And then they're like, hey, why didn't you do your prayer and stuff like that? I'm like, I'm trying to do my wudu and stuff. I understand they're trying to care and stuff like that, but caring too much is just like exhausting at the same time. You keep telling me, hey, why didn't you pray? Why didn't you this? And when I go do wudu and stuff, like, they're gonna be like, hey, you're gonna go to hell, you're gonna burn in the hellfire and stuff like that. Bro, who are you to tell me that I'm gonna burn to the hellfire or not? Who are you? Who are you? Like, I don't care if you're my parent or whatever, like, who are you? You're gonna burn the hellfire and stuff like that. I'm trying my best, okay? Like, for those who follow this channel, they know I went through very hard stuff. On my TikTok, I went through very hard stuff, okay? Bro, I went through like what, more than 5 months of depression, like, just so that you can tell me, why are you losers staying in front of your computer, not going to the mosque? Like, God, you know nothing about me. You keep saying, hey, you're just a loser. I know my son. You don't. You don't. You don't know. You pretend to know. You pretend to know, or you pretend to you pretend that I am still this version that you have made in your mind, that I'm just your loser son or whatever, not wanting who just wants to stay inside and play video games. But that version doesn't exist anymore, and you keep criticizing and like talking about it. Like, if you can't like if you really can't understand what I'm going through or whatever, at least don't try to interrupt me or whatever. For real, dude. Like, that makes no sense. That makes really no sense. Like, I'm doing my best, and they're like, hey, you're a loser, you're staying like in front of your computer like an idiot. When I've seen kids in the mosque your age. Do you even give me the permission to go leave the house? Do you even give me the permission? You don't. You don't. I have to ask you every single time, because for each prayer you gotta leave the house. Logically, you gotta leave the house at some point. Like, you're like, hey, let's say I wanted to pray at the mosque. I have to take a bus or walk for a while. Okay, I have to be ready for that. I have to dress up correctly for that. You yourself don't do that, and you tell me I've seen your kids your age doing that. Like, if you don't lead by example, why should I listen to your advice? You're not doing it. You're not applying it. That's so funny. Like, that just happens with Arab parents and stuff like that. You know, this type of stuff only happens with Arab parents, because like, you're trying to do your best and everything, but they completely ignore that and just focus on that one mistake you did or whatever. And then once you open up to them, they're like, "Oh, please, it's not that serious," or whatever. Like, when you try to talk to them about something, like, "Oh, come on, it's not that serious, please. Like, it's not that deep or whatever." All right, if you think it's not that deep, I don't have a problem. But bro, it's so fun. Yeah, it's like me trying to have. I would like this to happen. Gee. Wow, guys, 3.8K. Wow. No, that ain't happening for now. I wish I'd have like 3.8K, but it's not the case. I have 31. But anyways, you can pray at home. I don't understand unless you want to go to Jumu'ah. It's better at mosque. Like, I'm gonna explain this to you. Okay, I'm gonna explain this to you. So, a few minutes ago, I was supposed to go pray. All right, I was supposed to go pray, and I forgot, or I delayed it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go pray. And I was like, I'm gonna do wudu. My parents asked me, and I said, no, 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 I'm gonna pray Asr. I lied. Okay, yeah,
I do recognize that I lied. And then my father was like, why do you keep lying? You're 18 years old. It's haram. Why are you lying? And I'm like, dude, if I wasn't lying, bro, I wouldn't breathe with you. Like, I'm not gonna lie, if I wasn't lying about certain stuff, because lying is necessary sometimes, even though they say it's haram, I understand. But bro, like, you don't know them. Like, if I was honest with 100% with what I'm going through, like, then they'd send me to the fucking mental hospital. So, you know, I better not be honest. And I think the most like dangerous stuff is being too open and too honest with your parents, because like it is like the most dangerous thing you could do, the most risky stuff. It's like the most risky stuff ever, you know. That's my situation, actually, but like it depends. For some people, they can just say whatever they want. Like, they're like, "Hey, dad, I drank alcohol. Hey, dad, I vaped. Hey, dad, I did this, I did that." Some parents are gonna react more normally, so they're gonna be like, "Yeah, all right, no problem. Just do better next time." Or others, they're just gonna be angry for whatever and like fucking complain about everything. They're gonna be like, "Hey, are you doing this? Where are you doing that?" They compare you to whoever the fuck they don't know. Okay, like they say, "Hey, I've seen people your age doing that." So funny. Like, they compare you, but you cannot compare them to other parents. You know, this is why like it doesn't make sense, and this is why parenting for me it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, this is one of the reasons why I don't want to get married. Honestly, it's one of the reasons I don't want to get married, because why the fuck do I wanna get married, have a kid, and literally lie to them and tell them, hey, I've seen people your age do that or whatever. I don't care. I don't want to educate them with this mentality. I don't want to have kids in the first place, I think. What's the point? Like, for real, I have so much more important stuff to do than, having a family. Like, I don't care about getting married or whatever. Like, I don't. This is why I don't want to get married. Like, especially from like a career perspective, it's really gonna limit me a lot, because, well, you take any successful people, okay? I'm sorry, they weren't like worried about the relationship or how much, like, or about the bills, or their wife's tantrum, or their wife being like, oh, you don't spend enough time with me. Like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, sure, having a relationship is fun and all, like, yeah, it's really fun. I guess you could have some good moments, but I don't want to deal with that crap and bullshit. No, thank you. So I think you understand better now. I don't know if you're here, but yeah, if you've heard that, like, what I said, like, you know, you gotta understand, like, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. It's really not that easy. Anyways, that's what I wanted to say. Like, it's not that easy. Like, parents expecting you to be this perfect child who does whatever, like, and then when they compare you to someone, like, you're supposed to have your mouth shut, because, yeah, it's the truth. No, your perspective is not the truth. Your perspective is not the objective truth. Like, there is the objective truth, and there is your perspective. Like, the most dangerous thing, like, that someone can think, okay, the most dangerous thing that someone can do is, like, think that their perspective is the only real one, that they know the truth, that they know everything. Like, this is how dictatorship started. This is how, like, how can I say this, so crazy people took power. This is how, like, cults are being born, like, very dangerous cults. Like, you can't be lying to people and say, hey, my perspective is the only real perspective. I know, I understand, I understand. I really understand. Like, yeah, for sure, it's important to talk about, like, whatever I'm doing is haram or whatever. I understand. I completely understand. I'm trying to my best, to pray the prayer at its time. So, like, I completely understand this, but at the same time, bro, you don't know them 100%. Like, if I tell you this, okay, if I just tell you this, like, I had to argue to go to the gym. Like, for example, I wanted to go to the gym before. I bought the subscription, right? And they're like, were you going too often? You should care about school or whatever. Like, dude, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, because I'm going like to the gym for what? 1 hour a day, max, maybe 35, 45 minutes. I might not even stay like forever there. Like 1 hour, 1 hour and a half. I come back home, they were complaining because I was going too much to the gym, bro. And because the gym was far from home, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Like, they were complaining because I went to the gym. Like, isn't that crazy, bro? Like, they were complaining because I was going to the gym, and that's it. Like, it's not like I can do anything about it. Like, I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Like, this is why I stopped trying to convince them or whatever. Arguing is the most the dumbest thing you can do, like in Arab household or whatever. Because arguing, bro, if you try, let's say that you disagree with them on something, just don't argue. Pretend you agree, and everything's gonna be all right. Okay, this is like my best advice. It's gonna save you lots of cortisol. Like, just don't argue with them. There's no point, because unless like they know how to accept other perspectives and try to evaluate your perspective, if they don't care about your perspective, or they just care only about their perspective, then don't try to argue. It's pointless. It's really pointless. And I think, and I understand, like, it's important to be strict about religion and stuff. Yes, but at the same time, like, dude, because of that type of education, my brother doesn't want to pray. He does not want to pray. Like, he doesn't want to pray. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. My youngest brother, not the youngest, but like before the youngest, like, they would be strict and all, telling him, hey, you're gonna go to hell, you're gonna pray or whatever. He stopped, like, you know he literally like stopped praying for a while, and they just forced him to pray. If they weren't here, he wouldn't be praying. Just saying. Just saying. If like at a random day they stop being here, or they stop, like, taking care of that aspect, let's say they're very busy, because right now they still got time, to tell him to go pray. But if they were like, I don't know, overwhelmed and didn't have enough time, they wouldn't even tell him to pray. Because for real, like, that guy, like, he wouldn't pray. He wouldn't pray. Like, for real, that guy, like, he does not care that much about prayer. And that is because every single time he was taught about prayer, it's only about fear and whatever, and like, you should fear Allah, because you're gonna go to the hellfire. If you don't pray, you're gonna go to the hellfire and stuff, like, automatically you're gonna go to the hellfire. That's like automatic, bro. Whatever you believe, I don't know. Like, this is my opinion. Honestly, I think that if you want to teach religion to your kids or whatever, like, if you teach them with only fear, and the consequences of not praying or whatever, telling them, hey, if you don't pray, you go to hell, and if you pray, you don't go to hell. Like, at some point they're gonna stop like believing in it, because, bro, what do you mean? Like, you're supposed to pray, right? You're supposed to pray. And the thing is, let's say you missed one prayer, or you delayed one prayer, and like, your parents are gonna say you're gonna go to hell. They're gonna try to make you feel guilty, whatever, tell you, hey, you're gonna burn forever. And I'm like, all right, all right, if you believe so, are you God to know what you you're not God. You're not God to know what happens, like, to a specific person or whatever. Like, it's just out of fear they say that, because they don't want the child stopping prayer altogether and stop believing in the religion. They're the only reason they do that. But I'm like, bro, like, I understand, but at the same time, I don't. Because, well, if you could, like, I don't know, teach prayer with, like, the proper method. For example, let's say I'm going to pray. Okay, let's say I'm going to pray, all right, and you are, I don't know, giving me these fear speeches or whatever. Hey, if you don't pray correctly, you're gonna go to hell. What do you think I associate religion with fear, only with fear. And once the fear is gone, because one day or another, the child is gonna grow, they're gonna have their own way of thinking, they're not gonna be, they're not gonna be so easily influenced. The fear is gonna be gone, they're gonna be like, yeah, I'm not gonna pray, because, like, why not? So you understand, like, the best way to teach religion is not by using fear, it is by teaching them how to pray. It is by teaching them how to like prayer, how to love prayer, stuff like that. Like, it is by teaching them the importance of prayer. That is the problem we have. And you know why the like so many households, like, Muslim households, are struggling with that, like, teaching kids to how to pray. And some people just quitting prayer and having to relearn that by themselves. When they grow up, they're like, I think I should repray. The only reason they do that, okay, it's because they, like, they've taught their children to fear, like, to always fear and fear and fear and fear. What happens is that, like, the famous day they become independent, they're gonna stop, and the only way they could come back to prayer is if only by some miracle. I don't know. They're like, yeah, I feel like if they feel empty without praying or whatever, or they're like, I need some spiritual guidance in my life. They're gonna be like, yeah, all right, I need to pray. It's important. It's essential. But that's the problem. I believe that if you want to teach your kids prayer, that is what I believe. If you want to teach your kids prayer, it is important, okay, that you do not use fear all the time. Because if you just use fear and try to scare them all the time, what's gonna happen is that you're gonna making them run away. You're gonna make them run away. Simple as that. Like, instead of making them closer to the religion, you're gonna make them run away from religion. Because they psychologically they're gonna associate prayer or religion with fear. That is what I believe. And no, I'm not an atheist again. I'm just saying what I think. I'm saying that if you want to be close to your religion, you shouldn't be taught with fear necessarily. And people go through hard times, people might become, less connected, and that happens. Like, some people lose their iman, they lose their faith, and that happens. That happens. But what's important is that they find the ways to come back to it. They find the ways to come back to it without being threatened, like, 24/7. That works for every single thing. Okay, I'm gonna give you another example real quick. Like these girls, like these hijabi girls or whatever, like the ones who stop wearing the hijab. Okay, they're like these online influencers who say, hey, I'm not wearing the hijab anymore because it was like I was controlled, or I was like, I was put in a prison or whatever, or I was, not isolated, but like I was, how can I say this? I was abused or whatever. This type of stuff. This type of stuff is like, it happens because parents, when they tell their little girl, they tell her, hey, you gotta wear the hijab. If you force it on her and you tell her, if you don't wear it, we're gonna, like, I don't know, we're gonna disown you, we're gonna, I don't know, you're not gonna be our daughter anymore, you're gonna go to the hellfire and stuff like that. What happens, this is what happens most of the time, is that, like, she is going to associate, like, the hijab with fear and threatening, and so eventually, once she has the occasion, she's gonna remove it, like, especially if she lives in the West or whatever. The only reason, like, some people, they pray or they are religious, it is not because they love the religion, it is because they are, doing this thing called social conformity, which is by, I'm gonna give you an example. I am Algerian, okay, I'm Algerian, and, like, there are some people, okay, that in Algeria or whatever, they're gonna be like, yeah, I pray. Like, they pray, yes, but only in public. Like, for example, there's Jumu'ah. They just come to Jumu'ah because they don't want to seem, I don't know, they don't want to be looked down upon. They don't want to be seen as, he's a fake believer, or he doesn't pray or whatever. So what they do is they go to the mosque, okay? They go to the mosque, they go to Jumu'ah, and they go pray. And then they come home. Simple. They come home and maybe they don't even pray after that. Or, they drink alcohol, they take drugs and stuff like that. So really, it's just about social conformity. But in the West, these imams who say, like, hey, if you live in the West, you're gonna be tempted by the devil, you're gonna, go to hell. No. No, the truth is, the real test happens in the West. It's not in your home country. It is not like in your home country, it's so easy to see Muslim because everyone is Muslim, right? Like, am I wrong? Can someone answer in the chat, please? Can someone answer in the chat? Because, like, I've seen no response in the chat whatsoever. Like, am I wrong? Like, in your... Yeah, exactly, I'm not wrong. Like, in the country, in your home country, for example, in your home country, I'm gonna give you an example. We used to have neighbors, all right? Neighbors or people who, lived in the actual, how can I say this? People who lived, like, I don't know, not too far from our apartment and stuff like that. We would hear stories about them using drugs, buying alcohol, stuff like that. And, everyone sins, right? Everyone sins. Nobody is perfect. But most of the time, these people, what's gonna happen is that, like, either they're not praying or they're not gonna pray, and they're just gonna pray in public. So, the Eid prayer, they're gonna come. For Jumu'ah, they're gonna come. For Ramadan, they might, stop drinking for a while, or they could be drinking after Maghrib, you don't know, okay? and you're like, wow, everyone here is like a believer, everyone here is praying, bro. In the same room, you could have literally like what 15%, like what maybe you could have like 10 people, if not more, who are like, I don't know, who don't necessarily pray correctly, who, how can I say this, who are just here for the public, like they're doing it for the public. They're not here because they want to, they want to pray for real. They're doing it because they fear judgment, and they fear being criticized. And it's because in like, and this happens in every single Muslim country, because you go pray, all right, you see other praying, and you think, everyone is religious in here. No, no, not necessarily. Some people do it because they want to conform and don't look and like an outcast. Because, for example, if you were, I don't know, in a Muslim country, and you were if you were atheist, for example, or if you didn't pray, okay, or if you didn't pray or whatever, or if you were agnostic, this would make it would make your life miserable. Why? Because people will criticize you, people will insult you, some might even threaten you. Like, yeah, some might even threaten you. I'm not talking about all Muslim countries. I'm talking about like the countries where, it is very important, like, to stay religious, to look religious, as at least, or to stay conservative. Like, this is what happens most of the time. So this is my opinion on it, bro. There are people who pretend to be what they are not. This is what I think. I'm not saying that you shouldn't pray or whatever. No, I'm just saying there are some people who wear masks. Okay, they come to pray, but at home they don't behave that way. I'm just saying, like, they come to pray to the mosque, but when they come home, they're not behaving that way. They're not like, actually being like believers and whatever. Like, I'm just saying there's some people at school or whatever. Like, it can be everywhere. They will pretend, okay, to be like super religious or whatever, but once they go home, they're not the same people. They're not the same people. They're really not the same people. And they're gonna change their whole act when they're home, okay? But if you are next to them, or if you're, I don't know, if they have some sort of religious people around them or whatever, they're gonna have this pressure, this sort of pressure to be like them, because they don't want to be judged, looked down upon. And that is the thing, though. This is why, like, the reality is, what you're saying is not wrong. Allah said in Surah Al-Baqarah, they're legit called munafiq. Yeah, hypocrites. Yeah, hypocrites. And the thing is, like, what they do is generally like they will leave the mosque, okay, and not pray at home. Not pray at home, and just conform socially, because socially that is the norm. But if you put them in the West, like, if you take these same people I'm talking about, bro, these same people who we call munafiq or hypocrites or whatever, you put them in the, you know, in the non-Muslim countries, or in the West or whatever, they're gonna stop praying. They're gonna stop praying. They're gonna stop fasting. They're gonna stop, they might even start like drinking more, taking drugs, all sorts of substances. But do you understand, bro? Do you understand? Like, reality is, if you take these people and you put them in the actual West, they're gonna struggle, bro. They're gonna struggle. Like, even if, let's say, some of them believe a little, like they do have a certain belief, they're like, I'm struggling to pray, or I'm trying my best to pray all my prayers. You put them in the West, bro, they're not gonna be praying, bro. They're not gonna be praying. They're not gonna be praying. They're gonna quit their prayers. Why? Because there's no social conformism happening. Because in the West, you have Muslims, you have Christians, you have Buddhists, you have atheists, you have everyone there, and so, like, nobody cares if you pray or you don't pray. Like, nobody cares about you. This is like the life in the West. Like, for example, if you today or whatever, whoever, like, I don't know, a Muslim, I don't know, whoever decides to quit their prayer, whoever decides to quit it, what's gonna happen? Bro, it's their problem. Like, nobody's gonna call them. Nobody, no imam, no neighbor is gonna be like, hey, I noticed that you didn't go to Jumu'ah this week or whatever, or these past months you didn't go to Jumu'ah. What's happening? Are you okay? Or do you have problems or whatever? Or do you, did you stop praying altogether? Like, this is only like, in back home. Like, they would ask these questions back home, but in the West, nobody cares. In the West, you're on your own. This is why, like, these imams saying that, hey, if you live in the West, you're gonna be a kafir. Not necessarily. You could, if back home you were already praying and you were steadfast and you were a good religious Muslim or whatever, or you practice, let's say you practice your religion as much as you could. If you come to the West, you're gonna become stronger. It's gonna be the opposite side effect. Okay, bro, I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you believe that, let's say we take a person who is back home, who prays a lot, who is sincere, who is not an hypocrite, and then comes to the West? Do you think they're gonna become weaker in their faith or stronger? You know what I think? I think they're gonna become stronger. They're gonna become stronger because they're gonna see the temptation, they're gonna see the sins. For example, imagine you walk in the street and you see, like, I don't know, women who are barely dressed or whatever. For example, okay, we don't care about them, they do whatever they want, but like, you see women, like, I don't know, promoting promiscuity, like promoting, like, sins, promoting, like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Some of them you could see in the street, not all of them, but you could see some of them in the street. I don't know, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? This person is gonna resist because this person is gonna become stronger. She might go to the mosque longer. She's gonna be like, all right, I have so many. I was talking about the people asking you why didn't you come to Jumu'ah, etc. Yeah, my bad, my bad. I didn't understand your question. It depends. Some will. Wait. Yeah, it depends on your close circle. Yeah, I know. It depends on your close circle. But overall, if you're living, if you're an adult or whatever, living by yourself, maybe you have a few friends and family, stuff like that. Like, yeah, sure, they might ask. But the rest of the people, like, bro, I'm gonna give you an example. Back home, okay, even if you are the neighbor or whatever, if you're the neighbor, let's say not a lot of people know you, you're just a neighbor, right? Just a neighbor living upstairs, they go knock on your apartment. They could ask you, hey, why didn't you come to the mosque? Or we haven't seen you in prayer, Eid prayer. Like, people are gonna notice because they know who's going to the mosque and they know who doesn't go. Like, they know who's going and they know who doesn't. Okay, all right, you understand. And so what I'm trying to say is that, like, you take a person who's like a practicing Muslim and you put them in the West or in America, in Canada, whatever, they're gonna be stronger than the one who lives back home, like the average person who's gonna live back home, because back home there are not as many temptations. If you live like, if you live in a Muslim country, things are easier. Okay, you don't have sexual stuff around you. Okay, you don't have that much stuff around you. Like, you don't see these posters, these triggering stuff. You don't see stuff that is like, that is calling your lust. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't see stuff that is calling your lust. Like, you're not being lustful when you are like in your home country, like back home. You're not being lustful because you have none of that. You have none of that. You don't have, like, it's not like here, we have like these you know like, when you go to the mall, for example, you go to the mall, like, I don't know, you go to Laurier, you go to Galerie La Capitale, places like that, the mall. When you go to the mall, we don't have like these, we don't have like people dressing like so differently from each other. Like, women back home, like, they dress quite modestly, like, they cover their hair, they cover their body, whatever. And you, okay, as a man, okay, you're not like, you're not looking for girls or whatever, because the truth is, you as a man, okay, will not be tempted by anything because you're gonna be back home, okay, in like your mall. Let's say there is a mall. Let's say in your city, in your home country, there is a mall. You go to the mall, you buy whatever you have to buy, and then you go home. You won't have this. There's no culture where you can hang out and stuff like that. Hang out with your bros and spend time there. You're gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna spend time with my I'm gonna spend time with my bros there. I'm gonna spend time with my bros, in the mall. I'm gonna hang out with my bros in the mall. There's no culture. There's no such culture as that. But in here, there is this culture. You can find, guys hanging out in the mall, girls hanging out in the mall. They meet each other. They discuss. They exchange numbers. Maybe, I don't know. There is this culture going on in here. But back home, there is no such culture going on, and that's the thing. Like, you can't deny that. So my conclusion is, like, the people who say that people who live in the West are less religious, I'm gonna argue, like, it's very debatable. It's very debatable. It depends on the individual. You can't put all the people in the same box. This is just reality. You cannot put people in the same box. You cannot say, hey, all of people who live like in France or live in, I don't know, the United States, all the Muslims there, they're not Muslims. They're just, they're hypocrites. They don't pray, or they're not very serious, or they're very steadfast in their religion. Like, you cannot know this. You have no power over that. Like, you can't. You can't. You can say whatever you want, but you just can't say all of that. So that was like my opinion on that. By the way, Yes, we can talk for everyone. We can no exactly. You can talk for everyone, but there was like this sheikh, or whatever, who said like, "Hey, if you go to the to the west or whatever, you might lose faith in religion or whatever. You might this, you might that, and it is haram to live there because you're exposing yourself to temptation." Well, what about the temptation of selling drugs, the temptation of doing illegal activities? Because okay, in many like Muslim countries, okay, in many Muslim countries, what you're gonna have is like people, for example, this is like an example, but like you're gonna have certain people who are gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna like, I have no money. Let's say you're broke. Okay, let's say you're broke. Like there are still like you could sell drugs if you wanted in a Muslim country. You could still do that. There are people who sell drugs. Like the same stuff that exists in here exists also back home. Drugs. Everyone knows about drugs back home. Like everyone knows about them. There are some people who are daily consumers of drugs. Even if it's you know more illegal, if it's less, if even if it's more like, how can I say this? Even if it's more controlled or whatever, there's alcohol back home. Back home, alcohol is legal. Everyone can buy alcohol at home. So these sheikhs saying, yeah, you go to the West or in Europe is a bad thing. You're exposing yourself to sin. This is just like pure cope. Honestly, this is just cope, bro. This is like copium. They're like drinking copium and stuff like that, bro. Their whole drink is copium. Like their whole drink is just copium. They're drinking copium. They breathe copium, saying, "Hey, if you go live in the West, bro." The reason why people go in the West is not for sinning or whatever. The reason they go to the West, it's because they want to improve like their lifestyle, or they want to have business opportunities or whatever. That's the reason why people go to the West in the first place. Like if there wasn't like this such an economical crisis, if there wasn't how could I say, some countries are quite risky to go to. For example, you take countries like, I don't know, Syria. You take sheikhs say that, or imams. Some sheikhs literally said that, like, because an imam or whatever, like, uh has a low, not a lower status, but they have less knowledge than a sheikh. But like a sheikh, like, I don't know, in the deen or whatever, he's gonna be like, yes. By the way, not all sheikhs think like that. It's like one sheikh out of, I don't know, because there is some sheikhs who think it's okay to live in the West as long as you preserve your religion and you are free to practice it. uh I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to speak about him. I don't want to speak about him in the live stream. I think everyone knows who it is. Okay, I think everyone knows who he is. I'm not gonna talk about it on live stream because that's not my job. I could tell you in private if you want, but no, that is not what I want to talk about in the live stream. Because his name, bro, I don't want to say his name. Don't want to say his name. Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you in DMs if you want. Yeah, in private, but not for now. Like as I said, like this sheikh is gonna be like, hey, if you go live in the West, you're sinful. But for the other people, okay, for example, other sheikhs, I don't know, they're like, yeah, you can go as long as you keep praying, as long as you maintain your religion, everything is all right. But that one sheikh is gonna be like, no, no, you're sinful. But you know what's funny? That sheikh has, okay, I'm gonna search up his name. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but I'm gonna search up his name. I'm gonna tell you his net worth, okay? I'm gonna give you his net worth, and you're gonna understand what I'm talking about. Does he live comfortably? Bro, that sheikh, he lives in Saudi Arabia. He lives in Saudi Arabia, bro. As soon as you know that he lives in Saudi Arabia, I don't care about what you say, okay? I don't care about what you say. Your opinion doesn't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter, bro. Your opinion really doesn't matter. Your opinion about, hey, for the people who move to the West and whatever, like you're sitting, bro, you live in Saudi Arabia. You live in freaking Saudi Arabia. You're rich. Like, you're wealthy. And that guy, he's not poor, by the way. He's not poor. He has social media accounts. He has like 15 years. Okay. That sheikh worked as a high school English teacher for about 15 years before moving to the private sector in 2001. So he has accumulated some wealth. Media platform. He operates prominent platforms across social media, offering Islamic lectures and Q&A sessions in English. While he has historically stated that YouTube monetization is not acceptable due to certain advertising practices, his establishing presence, okay, provides a steady platform for his teachings. Paid services. He has private one-on-one counseling sessions online through his official website. So, bro, he has a multi-income business. Okay, that guy has a multi-income business, and he says that, hey, if you move to the West or whatever, that is a sin. That is a sin. You can't do that. If you move to the West or whatever, that is a sin. You can't, because it's haram. It's better for you to stay poor and live, a modest life, without haram around you. Like, how outrageous that sounds? Like, you're literally telling someone to stay in, in a worse financial situation, okay? Just because, okay, you're stupid. Okay, I don't want to insult that guy, but just because you are living, in Saudi Arabia and have cars or whatever, doesn't mean like everyone in their home country is gonna have that, okay? That guy lives in Saudi Arabia. You gotta understand, guys. Saudi Arabia is like, it's rich. Do you understand, bro? Like, do you understand why I'm angry? Do you understand? I don't know if you agree or whatever, but do you understand? Bro, that's crazy. He lives in Saudi Arabia. He's rich, bro. That guy has cars. He has cars, bro. You know how much cars he has? Like, I don't know. I think he's got maybe 2, 3 cars. We don't know. Okay, we don't know. But he's got himself good cars. He has 13 daughters. Okay, and I assume that he has enough to provide for them. 13 daughters. Some of them who are married. Some of them who are not married. Okay, he's got money. That guy should not be talking. That guy should not be talking. Okay, you can talk about, the religious rules, about, like, the basics. He could talk about, like, I don't know, about riba and stuff like that. I have no problem. Okay, that's your job. But saying that people who go to the West are sinful or whatever, and they should stay, even if they were like financially worse in their home countries, that is disrespect. That is literally disrespect. You're just saying to them, bro, just stay broke. Like, yeah, exactly. But he didn't say that. He said going to the West is haram. Just going there. For it doesn't matter your reason. Your reason doesn't matter. You should go to a Muslim country instead. And when you tell him, all right, what Muslim country should I go? He's gonna be like, you should probably go to Saudi Arabia. Countries like, I don't know, I don't know. You should go to Malaysia, stuff like that. There are many Muslim countries, blah blah blah. Bro, you live in Saudi Arabia, you have a very comfortable lifestyle, and you tell us, the people, the simple people, like the people who don't have that much in their in their bank accounts, I would say, to go stay in their countries. That is why I stopped listening to his lectures. One of the reasons I stopped listening to his lectures, and two, he has no understanding of specific situations. Like, I'm not gonna say everything about him, but no, I'm sorry. Like, I used to watch him before, but now I'm not watching him anymore. I'm not watching him. But yeah, whatever. Enough talk about religion. I would say that, you know, at the end of the day, what matters is that you improve yourself in your religion, okay? You try your best to pray, you try your best to stay like steadfast, you try your best, to basically improve yourself as a Muslim. You try your best to pray, I understand. But But, okay, it is very important. It is very, very important that you understand that, not everyone is going to have the same experience. That is what I think. But overall, at the end of the day, that's your choice. Like, you're responsible for your choice or whatever. You're responsible for that. Nobody can tell you. Nobody can tell if you no like nobody can decide for you if you should pray, if you should not pray. Like, that is on you. Okay, that is genuinely on you. You know, that is genuinely on you. It's your job. Okay, to improve your quality, the quality of your prayer or whatever. It's your job. That is my opinion. It's your job. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I've talked about many things in this stream, but yeah, what matters is that like we do our best, to prove ourselves. Inshallah, things are gonna get better. Inshallah, we're gonna be better in our religion, spend more time, in our religion and stuff like that. Cause like, bro, hear me out, okay? If I had like enough money or whatever, I'd move, inshallah. But I would move in my own house. I'd move in my own house. I'd have my own house. I would probably, I don't know, not care. You like, bro, let's say you have like $2 million in your account. What would you do with them? $2 million. Answer me. If you have $2 million in your account right now, what would you do? Like, can be anything. If you have like $2 million in your account, what would you do? What would you do with $2 million in your account right now? Just very curious. Like, what would you do with 2 million? I think I know with time my opinion would change, but for now I would buy an apartment and build a family, I think. If I got the million at 20. Yeah, for real. I'd do the same. I'd do the same. I'd do the same at 21 years old. Like, I'd buy an apartment, build a family, get married. Like, just find, bro. I don't care if she's like super attractive, not attractive, bro. I just want a loyal woman. That's it. A loyal woman who I can trust. Who is reliable and that is like a good person overall. That won't spike my cortisol. Okay, that won't make me angry, depressed, or whatever. I just want a good person, honestly, like a good person around me to have. Um, and then like move out in my apartment at 21 as soon as I can. But I would say that for that I need some money, because you need to realize that women would be the, yeah, exactly. I just need a good person overall. Yeah, sure, she needs to be attractive, but like not model like. I'm not talking about, she doesn't need to look like an actress, okay? She just needs to be good enough for me. That's it. Like I like seeing her. That's the minimum. Like, I like seeing her. If I like seeing her, I'm like, okay, good, bro. Good. If I like seeing her, like, that's what matters. I don't need her to be perfect looking or whatever. I just need her to be just good enough. That's it. Good enough. Because, bro, also women, they also have criterias. We're not the only one. They're gonna be like, yeah, I want him to be tall, I want him to be muscular, blah blah blah. I can also have my criterias. The only criteria I would say is that, like, she would take care of herself. That's it. She works out. Something like that. That's pretty much it. Not asking for anything in particular. Like, I wouldn't ask her to be like top model. Just, something acceptable, I guess. Like, and at the end, I'd rather have peace. But it might change with times. Maybe one day I'm gonna change my opinion. I'm gonna be like, no, actually, I don't think I'm interested in that, and focus on myself, like on my projects and stuff like that. This, if I don't have time for that or whatever, if I'm not interested anymore, I'm just gonna work on my project, because that's the only thing that matters. Like, Having a family and all is cool, but I'd say that there are more important things in life. That's just what I think. How how do you get an ID? Though you said when you will be 18, you could get it and use it for. Yeah, I'm gonna be 18. Not too long. October 20th. October 20th. That's when I'm gonna be 18. October 20th is my birthday, and I'm gonna be 18 that day. And yeah, I'm gonna be able to have. Yeah, but no. Like, I don't need to get an ID or whatever. I just have to, be 18, fit like reach the age of 18, show my document, okay? Show my document, and when TikTok, calculates that I'm 18, like they're gonna see like the document or whatever, they can like let me use the functionalities and stuff like that. So yeah. Like in my case, I was born in 2008, so 2008 means that like in just a few months I'm gonna be 18, inshallah. But yeah, bro. No, not passport, anything really. Credit card, passport, anything could do the job, anything. That is what matters for me. What age? Um, I'd say 16 years old. No, I think it began when I was like 15 years old. I already had like a bit of facial hair. Then at 16, I started shaving, and now I'm 18. At 16 years old, I had, I'd say. Now it depends of genetics, but yeah, 16 years old. I'm gonna be checking, um, you know, but yeah, that's pretty much it. There's nothing really special happening. Now I think we're gonna go on. I've done my math. I've done maybe like, but like I think what I'm gonna do is, for the workout, it might be a bit too late. Cause like, you know, I might have to quit real soon at 8. So I have like what, maybe, yeah, for the calisthenics. I don't. I think it's gonna be a bit too late for that. Because like I was supposed to do it earlier. So what I'm gonna do is like next time I start the stream, so tomorrow morning, I'm gonna start by calisthenics. That's the first thing I'm gonna do before math, before anything, you know. But yeah, because I've just ate before, like maybe what, maybe less than an hour, and I don't necessarily want to vomit on the floor. Plus, it's not the best spot. And what I could do instead is like, maybe do it tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning I could do the calisthenics part because I didn't even watch any tutorials or anything. I'm gonna watch tutorials tomorrow, try to repeat the exercises and stuff like that. Then after that I'm gonna do like I downloaded a PDF recently. I'm gonna show it to you real quick. This is the PDF, and in that PDF, I have this document here, and in this document I have an exam. So it's a small little exam I'm gonna do. You know, this is like a little exam and I'm gonna do 90 minutes apparently, the duration. That is estimated to be 90 minutes. And yeah, that will be pretty much everything. I'm gonna do an exam at home. This is like a math exam that I'm going to do. So you know, it's pretty much it, I would say. For the rest of the day, I'm gonna try like to work on that GoFundMe. I'm gonna try working on that GoFundMe. I think you remember like the GoFundMe for the guy who lives in Gambia or wherever. I'm try to work on his GoFundMe. Create an account or something. Start a GoFundMe. First of all, I think I need a Gmail account. I'm gonna use another name. Wait. I'm gonna be back for. I'm gonna be back soon. I'm back, and we're gonna see if Gambia is one of the countries. No, apparently there's no donation way for Gambia. I don't know if there's like a way to extract. There's no way to extract the money, so um, here's what we're gonna do. Wait, can we see the screen right now? Okay, we can see the screen. That's good. That's good. We come back to the live stream. We need to create that GoFundMe, but it doesn't work, so I need to come back to ChatGPT and ask GoFundMe alternative for Gambia. If we're trying to raise an individual for Gambia, there okay. Fundraiser. Fundraiser. Get started free. You can go on Google. We're gonna create an account for that. Okay, blah blah blah, whatever. I don't wanna show my personal account or anything. Create Gambia help. Banking currency. We're not gonna do this for now, but at least we found a platform. We're not gonna do this now. I need to first see if the guy sent me some pictures or whatever, so we can finally use them. Cause yeah, I've had no news whatsoever about him. Send me the pictures. Pictures when you can. I will work on it. We send a message to the guy, so I don't know if he's gonna respond real soon. All right. Haven't received any messages whatsoever. Don't know. Honestly, I'm gonna avoid the dopamine. I didn't scroll for a while. I'm not gonna scroll. Nope, I'm not gonna scroll. Avoid the dopamine as much as you can. That is a trap. Dopamine is a trap. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, I tried to create the GoFundMe. This is another alternative fundraiser, but banking location. So I just need to more if the country where bank is located. No, the organization's banking location allows. Okay, okay. I'm gonna try Gambia. B C D E F G. Sorry payments are not supported. What? Okay, apparently the payments are not supported, and I don't know how to do this. Ah, damn. Not supported. Like, I don't know, like, it doesn't work. It's really not working for some reason. We want to create this fundraise for Gambia or whatever, but it does not work. And that country, I assume that like online services like that don't work. So there's only one way to give like cash directly, or try to contact an influencer for that. What the hell is this? That's kind of crazy, honestly. But yeah, at the end we did enough, I would say. I mean, I read that math book. I watched a few videos, read a book. The Quran, haven't really touched it, so I'm gonna read it maybe. Uh, I'm gonna bring one in my bedroom or download the app, because the thing is, every single time I try to read it, I'll lose it. So I guess I'm gonna read the digital version. I don't know. There's probably Quran app that I can download. I used to have it on my PC before, but when I did a reset of my PC, like, couldn't really find it. I don't think these are safe. I don't know why. This one seems pretty good, I would say. Where did he download it? I don't want to have a random virus. I wish there was like a Windows version. PC. Al Quran. Okay, yeah, sure. I just need to read it though. I mean, there's a translation, but I'd rather like have something safe. I don't know where I can find one. I watched the video about it.
لأول مرة بحلته البهية برنامج مصحف متطور يمكن نقله على تسجيل الصوت مشروع قرآني
FAQ, contact us. FAQs. I'm gonna download it, I guess. I'm gonna download this version. Yeah. As long as it doesn't have a virus, bro, I'm happy. Okay. Doesn't seem to work. I'll have to re-download. Okay, so I think we got the app ready. Just gonna create a folder real quick. I'm just gonna show the icons. Review, show desktop icons. Boom. Okay, got everything that we need. New folder. Run. Okay. I'm gonna add this. Boom. 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 Okay. Very simple. We can even play the audio, which is nice. I'm gonna try it. Just gonna mute the desktop. I already feel much better. I do feel better. I don't know why. It's been a long time. Didn't listen. Feels good. Feels good. We'll close the app. Okay. I'd say that now we've done everything that we need, and we can finally, I've texted the guy. We're gonna see if he answered. We're gonna watch like some documentary or whatever. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna enable the audio. Okay, perfect. I'm not gonna be watching dopamine. I'm gonna be watching a real documentary. So
Norwegian. Whoa! And yes, for the millionth time, I've heard of.
Everyone around me does just that. And the path of personal development or self-improvement, whatever you want to call it, is hard enough. And when you do it alone, it can really be mentally taxing. Now, this isn't my first rodeo. I'm certainly going through a stage that is a lot more intensive as of late, really over the past year. Since I've actually started to gain traction on social media, ironically enough. It's funny, but I think that's more evidence to testament to the legitimacy of the spiritual war. Because logically it doesn't make sense, you know? Like the more success you get, why does it feel like the more evil tries to creep into your life? So to me it doesn't really make any sense other than the fact that the spiritual war is very much present in our lives.
yeah, I'm gonna watch this video. I find it really interesting, and I love his channel. So I'm gonna listen.
But
yeah, it's a good video. 15 minutes, and it's good for attention span because watching a video that is 15 minutes, okay, it is much more better than watching a video that's like 2 seconds. Because on TikTok, I used to be scrolling every single day for like, for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Then I would recharge my phone and then remove the charger. But now, when I'm watching videos, I'm just watching long form videos. I'm not allowing myself to watch TikToks, no short form videos whatsoever. That is the rule that I'm giving to myself, and that is what I'm trying to avoid absolutely. So if I'm going to watch a video, I'm going to watch a good video. Tyson, his videos are super good. I enjoy watching his videos because, man, every single one of his videos is so relatable. So relatable. Pretty much it. I'm gonna watch his video because I love his videos and they're so good.
I just kind of want to. Typically, I show you a little bit of my day, take you guys to the gym with me, etc. But tonight, I just kind of want to talk. I've been in a rather isolated stage for the last 5 years of my life, I would say. You know, I've been around people, I live with people, but the kind of isolation that I'm talking about is very much mental. I feel like I don't really relate to anyone, and I don't say that in a way that's supposed to sound like I'm better than anyone or anything along those lines. It's just that, you know, especially being from Jersey, the lifestyle here is a lot different than what I'm pursuing. The norm here is blue collar jobs, getting drunk, and watching the Eagles game. And that's pretty much it. Like, there's not much more to it. And so, mostly everyone around me does just that. And the path of personal development or self improvement, whatever you want to call it, is hard enough. And when you do it alone, it can really be mentally taxing. Now, this isn't my first rodeo. I'm certainly going through a stage that is a lot more intensive as of late, really over the past year. Since I've actually started to gain traction on social media, ironically enough. It's funny, but I think that's more evidence to testament to the legitimacy of the spiritual war. Because logically, it doesn't make sense, you know? Like, the more success you get, why does it feel like the more evil tries to creep into your life? So to me, it doesn't really make any sense other than the fact that the spiritual war is very much present in our lives. But yeah, when you do it alone, it can be extremely mentally taxing. I'd like to say that I have a lot of experience dealing with being mentally isolated and being on this kind of path alone. You know, I was thinking today, and life right now kind of feels like I'm sitting in a blank white room, and that's it. In this white room, you know, just solitude. It symbolizes solitude and being on this very much lonely path of personal development and just I'm trying to be my best, you know. I want to make as many good decisions that I can, and I'm always aware of when I make a bad one. But anytime I make a bad decision, I've noticed that it's always in an effort. It's not because I want to be bad. I want to be detrimental to myself, my journey. It's because I'm trying to make this white room that I sit in the least bit more interesting. You know, so when you're spending years of your life in this mental solitude and you're someone that's hyper aware. You're always self-analyzing. You know, you're kind of just judging every single decision you make, every thought that you have, every feeling that you feel, all of it. You're extremely hyper aware of it all, hyper sensitive to it all, because you just want to do the best you can. And not only that, but if you believe in God, as I do, then also someone's watching. So it all becomes really difficult sometimes. I don't want to sugarcoat any of this, man. As much as I try and motivate you guys and inspire you, I try and keep it as real as possible. It's important to be optimistic, and it's important to be, you know, forward looking and motivated and excited. But, you know, what happens when things get real, when you do go into that stage of solitude, of mental isolation, and you don't have anyone to go to or a video to watch when you're presented with choice A or choice B, you know, and you're in this stage of life that is so just dreadful that even if choice B is clearly the bad decision, you do choose it because it's at least different. At least it's different than the white walls that surround you. You know, this video is more so me just venting about how I feel. But I also hope that some of you who watch this video will be in a very similar stage in life, feeling very similar feelings. You know, I really was debating making a video that was upbeat and optimistic to try and trick my mind out of this rut that it's in. But it just doesn't seem sincere. In this moment, I want to tell myself to just be patient. And I've been telling myself that same thing for years now. And sometimes it feels like, man, how long do I have to wait? And it's like, well, what are you waiting for? And it feels like I'm not asking for that much. I don't really care about, I used to want to be rich and drive fancy cars, and sure, it'd be nice, but that's not really what I want. I used to want to own a yacht and live this crazy lifestyle and private jets, and that all seemed very appealing to me when I was a broke kid being raised in a terrible situation. I mean, but now it's very different. I've seen that, and even just seeing it a little bit, I know that that's not really what I want. I want, one, to be not satisfied, but I want to be sure of myself. I want to feel, I don't know if proud is the right word either. I want to be sure that I am doing my best. I feel like a lot of times I'm so hyper aware of everything, every thought, every feeling, every decision, that I'm always second guessing if I made the right choice, or if I make a bad choice, it's because I didn't feel capable of making that good choice. But there's always that voice that says, maybe you could have, maybe you just weren't strong enough, maybe it was just that simple and you couldn't manage. It's hard to tell when that voice is evil and when it's just you trying to be your best. But what do I want? I want to live a simple life. I want to be financially free, but nothing crazy. You know, I just don't want to be stressed financially. I want to live maybe in the East somewhere. Maybe Russia. I have this fascination with Russian culture. Maybe in Georgia. or Moscow or St. Petersburg. I want a wife, of course. I want a good amount of kids. I had this number with 5. I want 5, but I don't know, we'll see. Maybe 3. I want a daughter too. I really look forward to the day that I know I'm gonna be a girl dad. I want to have a strong sense of family. It's not exactly something I feel like I have a strong basis of right now, for obvious reasons. But, you know, I want to build a family of my own. I want to have family traditions, just the little things. You can see it now, and that's really what I want. I want to be a religious man. I want to have a strong relationship with God and a disciplined relationship with God. I think that's extremely important. I think religion in the West has become very, very loose, very individualistic, and it just doesn't resonate with me. So I want to be disciplined in my faith. I want to have good health, of course. I want to be confident in my work, which I am. This is really like the thing. I don't know really what I do. I mean, yeah, I do, because I did it for a long time. It's just kind of crazy how fast life changes, you know. But I still question, man, like, if I had all that, would I be satisfied then? Or would I still feel like this sense of pressure and... Hold on, I gotta close this window because these planes, man. So what I think is happening is God puts us through stages, and we have to be ready. All those things that I listed that I want are blessings from God, and I need to become the person that is worthy of those blessings. I need to be able to manage them, and until then I won't have them. And that takes patience. It takes persistence, faith, and trust in God's process, because He will put you in the positions that you need to be in order to develop the skills and become the person. I think that's a better way to put it. It's not really skills. That seems a bit too disconnected. It's to become the person that you need to be in order to have those things. Be, do, have. That's a very foundational thing in Scripture. It reminds me of the story of Matthew. And, you know, it describes Jesus after he's baptized, walking through the forest and in isolation, and the devil comes to speak to him directly and tries to tempt him and lead him.
I wonder if anyone's watching the live stream. It's someone who sent me this picture, so I'm gonna show it on live stream. It's the guy from Gambia yesterday. He sent me a picture, as you can see, and that's him and his family. So he's our Muslim brother. We need to help him. I mean, he's struggling financially, so we're gonna help him by building that page. We're gonna ask him also to send me a speech from his mother, like recorded, ideally. To make sure it's not fake. Yeah, for sure. But check this out. My phone has a built-in AI, so I'm gonna use Google Lens. But yeah, I'm gonna try to help him. Anyways, I'm gonna keep watching that video.
because I also asked him to send me like speech from his mother. I need his mother to speak for the video because well I need his mother to speak about like their situation, about how they're struggling and stuff like that, because well as long as their mother is not here and not, how can I say this, I need sure that this is a real thing, so
him away from God, but he doesn't, of course. And sometimes I feel like I'm in that forest. I feel like that's kind of like the stage I'm in right now. I feel like I'm being tested. And so I'm sat in this white room, surrounded by these walls, and sometimes I think I'm gonna go crazy. But I find myself some way, somehow, and I keep going. And there really isn't much you can do apart from just, I truly do think everything is a blessing from God. And so even in the times where when you feel the most struggle, when you feel weakest, when you feel the most lost, when you feel hopeless, even in that moment, in that scenario or circumstance that has put you into that mindset, even that is a blessing by God, because it is for a reason. It is for you to learn something. It is for you to gain some sort of experience or perspective. There are a lot of things that will come our way that we so dearly value and become so grateful for in our future that we couldn't even possibly think of right now. But God delivers them to you, these little blessings that make it all worth it. So we have to hang in there, we just have to hang in there. And I'm with you in this. I want you to know that. I really am. Like, I don't make these videos from the standpoint as if I'm waving my finger at you, telling you how to live your life, or that I'm any better than you. I'm just trying to help a brother or a sister in this war that we both fight. I think we're fighting the same enemy, and that is evil.
it's pretty cool. Like, I really enjoy watching his videos. Now, like, every single one of his videos really is helpful. I don't know that much about his life. But yeah, every single one of his videos, peak, absolute peak. I used to want to make videos like his, but I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep making my own, Even if like some of them flopped or performed not very good, like I can absolutely, improve my content with enough patience, with enough practice and everything. So yeah, I'm gonna remake a video about this, I'm gonna talk about more deep, you know, things that are more in depth. How is the third day going so far? I'd say I feel a bit better. I don't have this brain fog anymore. I don't really feel tired anymore. Like, I don't have like these headaches anymore. I don't feel as tired. I feel almost normal, almost. But there is this part that is missing. I think it's physical exercise. So, I'm gonna start working out tomorrow. Or, sometimes I could just pause the stream and go to the gym. I think it's better. I think it's much better if I go to the gym instead. I mean, I'm not like disrespecting the rules or anything. It's still like 7 days with no dopamine, you know? Just me having to go outside because realistically, I have to go outside sometimes. So yeah, I'm gonna go to the gym nonetheless. I'm gonna go to the gym. I think I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna pack out my clothes and I'm gonna like, work on my biceps or my triceps. I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna work on my biceps and my chest. These are the things I want to target: biceps and chest. Then triceps. That's what I'm gonna do for the tricep. The triceps. I think I'm gonna work the triceps, yeah, but not like tomorrow. But anyways, bro, I genuinely believe. I don't know. I just want to see. Tomorrow it's Friday, so I'm gonna do this like tomorrow morning. Though, so this is why I need to wake up very early. So about 7 a.m. 7 a.m., 8 a.m. I go to the gym. I finish at 10 a.m. so that like at 12 I can go to Jumu'ah. Like I take my shower, I go to Jumu'ah, and boom, we will be ready. I'm gonna go to the gym. But I'd say, bro, third day, it's a bit like I feel like I'm almost like normal, you know. I feel like I don't have as much like tiredness. I don't feel I don't feel like I'm because the days before I was feeling like shit. I was feeling depressed and everything, but now I'm feeling almost like you know, almost as if I'm a normal human being, you know. I'm feeling kind of okay, I would say. I would feel okay. Fourth day, I think this is when it's gonna start being better. But yeah, I'm gonna finish the 7 days. I'm not gonna scroll on my phone or anything. The phone is just here. Haven't used it. I'm not gonna use it. That's not what I want. And more importantly, I'm avoiding dopamine. So I'm happy, that the third day is going okay. That's what matters. Also, yeah, I think I've done much more these days than I've ever done like the last previous days.
Some of you may know this if you followed me on other platforms, but
This is me sitting in an
I spent a day at an elite Chinese university. I'm not gonna, waste my time or anything. So yeah. I'm gonna call a friend because I wanted to talk with him about something real specific. So I'm just gonna, close the. I'm gonna come back on the stream real soon. I need to talk to him about something quite private, I would say, and then I'm gonna come back. back. I talked to my friend and everything. So yeah, we're pretty much done, I guess. And yeah, we've got like 3 hours of stream left. So for the 3 hours of stream, um, I might have to, you know, to work on something. But yeah, the 3 days are going pretty well, I would say. I almost slip up. I almost scrolled, but I tried to avoid this. BRB. Okay, okay. Barbecue. That's good. That's good, bro. Um. Anyways, I'm gonna stay in the stream. No problem. You're gonna go eat. You can come back. When you have time. But yeah, I think we genuinely, these these last 2 days, I do feel better. I feel less addicted, but I still need to avoid like using my phone and everything. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna walk for a while, go to the bathroom a little, because I need to go to the bathroom. But yeah, that's pretty much it. the stream of today is kind of mid. I mean, it was not the best stream in the world, but at least, you know, we've avoided dopamine. Third day, no dopamine, which is good. Working out, I'm gonna go to the gym tomorrow. I think I need to go to the gym. Realistically, it's not a good thing, like, you know, to stay home too long, but yeah, I'll go to the gym. I'm gonna end the stream at 8 p.m. Because, yeah, I've stayed long enough. In this video, I'm gonna watch it. Also, I'm thinking about, like, what? Whatever. But I don't want to watch this, honestly. One thing I want to watch, though, and that is about, you know, I need I need a laptop. No, I don't know. Recently, like, I've been thinking about buying a laptop, but no. Actually, one thing I want to upgrade about my setup to improve my productivity, and I think it would be very essential, because I have my phone, I have my computer. It is very good, but I'm thinking about, like, I don't know, maybe some sort of reading tool. I don't know. Like, I need to. I would like to have this tool to read books, and I want to read more books, so I'm gonna find something that I can read books with. Ten months ago, relatively recent. We're gonna watch this. But yeah, I'm considering, like, I think it's a good investment to avoid my dopamine overusage and actually, you know, do something useful.
Everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you're into books, comics, note-taking, or just want a screen that feels more natural than an iPad, 2025 has a ton of e-readers to choose from. But with so many options, pocket-sized readers, big screen writing tablets, and now even color e-ink devices, the question is, which one's right for you? Today, we're going to compare 6 of the best options out there. We'll look at reading experience, writing features, design, battery life, portability, and of course, value for money. Let's dive in. Okay, let's kick things off with something that looks like a phone, but isn't. The Books Palma 2 is one of the most unique e-readers you can buy right now. At first glance, it looks like just another smartphone, but power it up, and what you actually get is a 6.13-inch e-ink Carta 1200 screen running at a crisp 300 ppi. That's the same sharpness as a Kindle Paperwhite, but packed into a device that literally slips into your jeans pocket. Reading on it feels surprisingly comfortable. Because it runs Android 13, you're not locked into a single store. Kindle, Kobo, Libby, Pocket, manga apps, you name it, you can install it. That makes the Palma 2 incredibly versatile compared to Amazon's more locked down devices. You also get adjustable warm lighting, customizable refresh rates, and even scrolling for web articles. Battery life is about a week or so, which isn't as insane as a Paperwhite's month-long stamina, but given the power and flexibility here, it's respectable. The big limitation? No stylus support. This is purely for reading, not for jotting notes or sketching. Price-wise, it's around $280 to $300, which is steep for such a tiny device. But if portability matters most to you, like reading one-handed on the subway or carrying your library without even noticing, it's a fantastic option. Who's it for? Readers who want the sharpest pocket-sized e-reader with full Android flexibility. Not for note takers, but unbeatable for portability. Now let's talk about the crowd favorite, the Kindle Paperwhite 2024. Honestly, this is the one I end up recommending to almost everyone because it just nails the basics. The latest Paperwhite still has a 7-inch, 300 ppi display, but Amazon has made a couple of subtle but meaningful upgrades. The contrast is better, so text looks darker and crisper against the page. Page turn speed is also noticeably faster. Amazon claims around 25%, and it really does feel snappier when flipping through long books. The reading experience here is about as comfortable as it gets. The front light is adjustable with warmth settings, so you can make it feel like real paper in any lighting. And yes, it's still IPX8 waterproof, which means you can read by the pool, at the beach, or in the bathtub without stressing out. Battery life is legendary. You can go weeks, sometimes even up to 3 months on a single charge, depending on your reading habits. It doesn't have color, and it doesn't do note-taking. But honestly, for just reading books, it's near perfect. The starting price is about $150, or if you spring for the signature edition...
Don't know, cause like I was thinking about like buying something like that. I want to read more books, and I would like to have physical books, but at the same time I don't have that much money. So yeah.
At around $200, you get wireless charging, auto brightness, and more storage. Who's it for? Anyone who wants the most reliable, affordable, and hassle-free e-reader. The Paperwhite is the safe bet for 90% of people. If you want something a little different, let's talk about the Kobo Libra Color. Kobo has always been about giving readers more flexibility, and this model takes it to the next level by adding color e-ink. The 7-inch Kaleido 3 display still gives you 300 ppi black and white text, but color elements like covers, manga, and highlights show up at 150 ppi. It's not iPad-level sharpness, but for comics, textbooks, or just appreciating book covers in their actual colors, it's a big step up. The design is one of my favorites. It's got that slightly asymmetric grip with physical page turn buttons, which makes one-handed reading feel natural. It's also waterproof, uses USB-C, and supports Bluetooth for audiobooks. Where Kobo really shines is in note-taking. With the optional stylus, you can annotate in color, highlight directly on your books, or keep journals. And because it supports formats like EPUB, PDFs, and Pocket integration, you're not trapped in one ecosystem. Battery life holds up really well, too. 2 weeks to over a month, depending on the reading frequency. Price is about $230, which puts it above a Paperwhite, but below Amazon Scribe. Who's it for? Readers who want color for manga, comics, or studying, and who love having physical page turn buttons. A great balance of features for people who don't want to be locked into Amazon. Yes, Amazon finally did it. The Kindle Colorsoft is here. For years, people asked for a color Kindle, and now we've got one. So how does it hold up? Well, it's basically a Paperwhite with a Kaleido 3 color layer. Text is still sharp at 300 ppi, while color elements come in at 150 ppi. Compared to Kobo's color readers, the Kindle actually looks a bit punchier when it comes to covers and comics, but it still won't compete with an LCD or OLED tablet for vibrancy. The good news is that everything you know from the Kindle ecosystem is here. You get seamless syncing with your Amazon library, access to Kindle Unlimited, and all your highlights stored in the cloud. The interface feels familiar. The EPUB.
All right. All right. By the way, drop the call. What do you mean drop the call? I haven't called you. Are you still here, by the way? Oh yeah. My bad. Allô?
Yo, fuck you, Zakaria, but tu parles pas réponse directe. Whatever. Bon, regarde ce que je t'ai écrit. Genre, juste download, genre, va sur le site Anna's Archive.
Ok,
Il y a
ok.
tous les livres de l'univers là-dedans.
D'accord, d'accord. Merci, merci. Je voulais juste parce que... Wesh. Ok, vas-y. Ok. Anna's Archive. Okay, so I don't know. Let's say I'm searching for Um, that is just like for research and whatever. It's not like I can use the book or whatever. What the hell is this? Okay. I really did expect to find a book like that, but yeah. Anyways, what I would say is that like I did math this morning, so which is cool. I did math. I did also, I also like prepared my schedule a little, and we're gonna like do the GoFundMe page because like there's a guy from Gambia, whatever. He needs help for his actual situation. But yeah. Also, are you still in the stream? I don't know who's watching it honestly, because yeah, there are some people going and leaving, going and leaving. So whatever, whatever. Yeah, I've done some math. I'm gonna do an exam tomorrow. So on live stream, I'm gonna do like a 90-minute exam, which like, yo, okay, 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 fair enough. But yeah, I'm gonna do like this 90-minute exam tomorrow. But I will need to go out. Okay, no problem. You can come back later. It doesn't matter. Like, have a good time, bro. And thanks for being in the stream. It was really cool. Now, alright, I've found some pretty good books. Yeah, take care, bro. Take care. I'm gonna see if I ever received any message. I do receive messages sometimes on TikTok. What we need right now is to check the messages real quick if I've received any notifications whatsoever. Because it's been days I haven't posted anything and I haven't had any reaction, no comment, nothing. Yeah. Kind of worries me a little, but it's not the end of the world, I would say. If I look at YouTube Studio, nothing neither. Well, alright. I think what I'm gonna do is come back reading the book I was reading earlier. It was really a good book. Okay, so Law 4, always say less than necessary. That's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be interesting. Judgment. When you are trying to impress people with words, the more you say, the more common you appear, and the less in control. Even if you are saying something banal, it will seem original if you make it vague, open-minded, and sphinx-like. Powerful people impress and intimidate by saying less. The more you say, the more likely you are to say something foolish. Gnaeus Marcius, known as Coriolanus, was a great military hero of ancient Rome in the first half of the 5th century before Jesus Christ. He won many important battles, saving the city from calamity time and time because he spent most of his time on the battlefield. Few Romans knew him personally, making him something of a legendary figure. In 454 before Jesus Christ, Coriolanus decided it was time to exploit his reputation and enter politics. He stood for election to the high rank of consul. Candidates for this position traditionally made a public address early in the race, and when Coriolanus came before the people, he began by displaying dozens of scars he had accumulated over 17 years of fighting for Rome. Few in the crowd really heard the lengthy speech that followed. Those scars, proof of his valor, patriotism, moved the people to tears. Coriolanus' election seemed certain. When the polling day arrived, however, Coriolanus made an entry into the forum, escorted by the entire Senate and by the city's patricians. The aristocracy, the common people who saw this were disturbed by such a blessing show of confidence on election day. And then Coriolanus spoke again, mostly addressing the wealthy citizens who had accompanied him. His words were arrogant and insolent, claiming certain victory in the vote. He boasted of his battlefield exploits, made sour jokes that appealed only to patricians, voiced angry accusations against his opponents. Okay. Yeah. Against his opponents and speculated on the riches he would bring to Rome. This time the people listened. They had not realized that this legendary soldier was also a common braggart. News of Coriolanus' second speech spread quickly through Rome, and the people turned out in great numbers to make sure he was not elected. Defeated, Coriolanus returned to the battlefield, bitter and vowing revenge on the common folk who had voted against him. Some weeks later, a large shipment of grain arrived in home. The Senate was ready to distribute the food to the people for free, but just as they were preparing to vote on the question, Coriolanus appeared on the scene and took the Senate floor. The distribution, he argued, would have a harmful effect on the city as a whole. Several senators appeared won over, and the vote on the distribution fell into doubt. Coriolanus did not stop there. He went on to condemn the concept of democracy itself. He advocated getting rid of the people's representatives, the tribunes, and turning over the governing of the city to the patricians. They condemned him to death and ordered the magistrates to take him out at once to the top of the Tarpeian rock and throw him over. The delighted crowd seconded the decision. The patricians, however, managed to intervene, and the sentence was commuted to a lifelong banishment. When the people found out that Rome's great military hero when they returned to the city, they celebrated in the streets. In fact, no one had ever seen such a celebration, even after the defeat of a foreign enemy. Interpretation: before his entrance into politics, the name of Coriolanus evoked awe. Okay, here. That is not surprising. I mean, if we refer back to the law, always say less than necessary. If you yap and say bullshit or whatever, of course you're gonna have consequences. Evoked awe, his battlefield of bravery. Since the citizens knew little about him, all kinds of legends became attached to his name. The moment he appeared before the Roman citizens, however, and spoke his mind, all that grandeur and mystery vanished. He bragged and blustered like a common soldier. He insulted and slandered people as if he felt threatened and insecure. Suddenly, he was not all what the people had imagined. This discrepancy between the legend and the reality proved immensely disappointing to those who wanted to believe in their hero. The more Coriolanus said, the less powerful he appeared. A person who cannot control his words shows that he cannot control himself and is unworthy of respect. That makes sense. That makes sense. Had Coriolanus said less, the people would never have caused to be offended by him. Would have never known his true feelings. He would have maintained his powerful aura. Would certainly have been elected consul, and would have been able to accomplish his anti-democratic goals. But the human tongue is a beast that a few can master. It strains constantly to break out of its cage, and if it is not tamed, it will run wild and cause you grief. Power cannot accrue to those who squander their treasure of words. Observance of the law. Wait. I think my father arrived or something. Just wanna check if he arrived. Nope, he did not. He did not arrive. Whatever. I don't know if I think I'm gonna go back. Yeah, that's my brother. They arrived. Okay.
Les baskets. Les baskets ربي ربي شرطي برم. سي قلت لك. قلت لك باسكت يا من تمحطهم كاع في بلايص. سي قلت لك لك قبيله. قلت لك. قلت لك باسكت حطهم عندي سوبر شي كوسا. عرفت. عرفت.
I don't care. My God.
Chier.
Reputation matters. That's for sure. Really matters.
Aide-moi.
حطهم في الريفرش مع ستونز. You wish fuck off. Well, I'm back from streaming. So 2 hours left. Just 2 hours left. Yeah, it's barely 2
What's
hours
up,
left,
everyone?
anyways.
Welcome back to the channel. If you're into books, comics, note.
I don't need that anymore. Well, I don't have much stuff to do, anyways. So yeah, 3 days finished. 3 days are finished, which is good. Tomorrow, day 4. Today I'll have 4 more days, and inshallah it's gonna be done. That's the goal. Haven't received any notification whatsoever. Try to check these, but nothing happening really. Nothing crazy happening. If I check my comments, no comments, no subscription. Nothing really happened. 31 subscribers, which is cool. At 8 p.m. anyways, I'll be working on the new video, so it's not like something particular is going to happen, but yeah. 8 p.m. gonna be working on the new video. Gonna finish at 10 p.m.
Arrête, j'ai les kids. Où est Ramsès? Non, il est dans ma chambre. Il joue. Il est dans ta chambre. Il regarde. Ouais. أنا ما نقدرش نمشي شغلي معاهم. دخل البيت، ربطوا دخل البيت، حطوا
Anyways, same problems whatsoever. As I said, I'm reworking, so I should probably, like, I don't know, go on.
C'est madame a dit de faire empêcher quoi? Et je suis censée me la
working on the new video, so we're gonna be writing some script to talk about.
كده هو سايب في البيت مش عارفه خالص. Je sais pas qu'est-ce que c'est. Non, non, non.
مين اللي كيتزرع؟ أما في فرق.
بعد ما تدخلش لهنا كاين اللي كاين. حلو كنشوفو تدخل لاني فرخه تدير
أين هذه؟
خاف ربي خاف خايفه خاف لاني فرخه
C'est à quoi? Quoi?
Oh ضربني غير
J'ai fait quoi? ضربتك.
عرفتش
Encore.
شوف انا نحكي لنفسي ماما بابا فلو الكيت
ضربتك ولا ما ضربتك؟
في بيتزا كاريه
ضربتك
انا نسيت له البيتزا كاريه
ضربتك اليد ولا مازال؟ ضربت.
ما تقولش لي نحكي كلمه
أنا فرق. العصا. روح.
عرفتكم انا مش هاخد كيف تصبح شوي
أنا فرقت. ضرب اسمع. rien fait.
I'm back. Alhamdulillah. But you know, it was a long stream. 1 hour left. I was kind of busy, not gonna lie. I had to pray and all. So yeah, at least now I'm praying correctly, all my prayers, which is good. Yeah. I think oh my god. We're gonna be working on the video later. No, I think we're gonna keep working on the video. So here I'm not gonna spoil the thumbnail or anything, so I'm just gonna hide my screen. But yeah. So just read. I need to upgrade to plus to do this. Bro, I don't even have that money. Alright. I have to use Claude instead. Can't even generate the image. And I can't even use Claude, which is annoying. I'm gonna use the true. Created my address, which is perfect. Continue. Okay, so I've generated the thumbnail. I wanted everyone's opinion. I'm not gonna show the thumbnail yet because it's a surprise. Shh. But yeah, I think I have the thumbnail right now, and this tool is super cool. I think it's worth like, buying stuff like that. A banana, 2 generations, individual. I think I'm gonna buy the subscription. Seems like kind of good. There's like the max, there's generated, there's elite. $20 GB. Yeah, I do wanna buy it. I don't know if they accept like debit card. Yeah, they just accept credit, man. It sucks. Alright. Gonna be working on the video real soon. I'm gonna do the recording and everything. Holy shit. Okay, I didn't want her to find my account. No, no, no. Nope. 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 My bad, but I don't want you to find by my account. Boom. Okay. I'm safe now. I'm safe. Woo. I'm safe. Alright. I think I'm gonna end the stream. It was a pretty good stream, I guess. I mean, I didn't lose my time. I respected like the dopamine detox, and I'm gonna be recording a video, so I'll be busy. Anyways, for those who are watching, thank you. Tomorrow we're gonna restart the stream, and we're gonna do something else. We're gonna be reacting to a few videos. We're gonna be doing some math, stuff like that. I'm gonna be doing my exam too. Probably going to the gym in the morning. So yeah, that's pretty much it.